And we are live! After a day of illness, I am back. Hooray for food poisoning. On the bright side, it can coincide with also all the technical difficulties we have, and all that's fixed now, so that's good, good. Hey everybody, Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. How are things going for everyone? They're going okay. It's been an interesting day. I definitely had food poisoning yesterday. Thanks for licking the like button. Where did you not lick the like button? Kiko, good to see, glad to have you. Well, we didn't do anything weird, so I'm gonna go with the stuff is livable. My brain was already fried from recording footage for my other MMO before it shut down, so that doesn't count. Sword of Legends. Oh yeah, Gigo, you mentioned that in the past. Isn't getting shut down soon? Oh, yeah, I know another small MMO is also sadly closing servers too, one from my childhood. That sucks, Raven. Any luck, Kiko, with potentially people, creating private servers? School of Dragons, played it so much as Tiny Raven, also being closed at the end of the month. It's so weird, things that you spend so much time on you felt like were forever going away, isn't it? Wish I played it more now, regretting leaving it. Sure, it wasn't the most pretty looking best MMO, but it was fun. I mean, but if it's fun, right? Like, style, fun is what matters, right? Gonna miss my Spearmaster main combat. Oh. Hopefully, Tracy, good to go to have you. Hopefully there'll be some private servers someday. I still say this will not end well. You're probably not wrong, or at least there's going to be a lot of dark before the dawn, Tracy, that's for sure. In 16. Lord of the Rings MMO, anyone ever played it? I have! It's good. If you want to play an MMO that's really set up for, like, RPing and being in the world more than for, like, a lot of the traditional combat and stuff like that, I think it's great for that. Rune, good to see, glad to have you. Crafting was fun, too. Wish you could live in the Hobbit like house in real life. Like, I'll be small enough for one. Hi, Rune. Barry's got the... Nice, perfect. Thanks, Ray. Food poisoning, that sucks. I'm sorry, Elio. It's okay. I also, like, you know what? It means that I got to take a break, and I got to get, honestly, a little bit behind on 16 compared to, I think, a lot of the people I know, which means now I don't have to worry about accidentally spoiling others. Now I can just enjoy this. But let's go over what we did last time, because we actually didn't do that much. So, post what happened with Garuda, I'm trying to think about all of what happened. We reacquainted with Jill. We went to the Phoenix Gate. When there, we found Clive faced the sort of truth of himself and the fact that he is the icon of fire. He did kill Joshua and is Ifrit, and why and how that happened is still unclear and needs to be discovered. We also explored a lot of the other parts of the realm. So, well, not exactly huge parts of the realm, but we went over into the western section of Rosaria, and we met old people, met people that Clive knew as a child, and sadly they did not fare well when it seems like Sanbreque forces, but maybe Dhalmekian forces came in and slaughtered a bunch of the branded and people in Eastpool. And the reason for that seems to be, or at least the reason that Dhalmek is now angry at Sid and all those people, is that someone delivered Benedicta's head to him in a box with saying it was Sid who delivered it, meaning that now Hugo is going to be on our ass. We also, when we were finding out more about Ifrit and Clive, we were inside a fallen structure, and it seems to be there's a lot interesting going on with that and what's them, and saw a mural of some sort of creature or being, and with many wings, whether it's a god, whether it's it could be anything. We team up so we go back to the hideout and we talk to Sid. We found out that he believes that the mother crystals are what are causing the blight, because effectively, and we guessed this early on, right, that the crystals themselves are aether manipulation devices. They draw upon aether, which means that they're drawing aether from the land. The question is, to what end and to what purpose? And we don't know. So we're sent on a mission to go to Sanbreque, which is the Holy Empire, and to potentially try and break their crystal once and for all. Oh, that sucks that I don't know private servers, Kiko, but hopefully one day. I'm about half a stream ahead of you, Elio. Good, I'm glad that I got to take a break then. I had to pull some hours and started behind you because we don't have midnight release here, but you replayed the demo. Yeah. I'm good, I'm glad that, I'm hoping that people being ahead of me means more people will be interested in watching, once they maybe finish or get ahead. You did very well against Ifrit, I saw, and not Mecha in the ruins. I went back to look at your reaction to some key moments. Oh, Ruin, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hang out with you guys. I'm also I was in a weird mood too last time because I don't know. I was just kind of out of it and feeling sick. But so I'm very excited to continue playing. Game sounds kind of quiet to me. Let me see if I can bump up the volume a little bit. Also, the combat, dude, is just so fun in this game. I'm just adoring it so much.
Had another branded drop in the field yesterday.
How do they expect us to finish the harvest when the ones the capital sends us are already half stone?
And as we could, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen, but you can see that what crystalline structure over there. I don't know, but I'm suspicious that that is the northern reaches, what used to be its mother crystal before something happened to it. And now I'm starting to wonder if it was Sid that happened to it. Lich versus Mecha, but that too. I meant the Lich. Oh, the fight that took me a lot longer for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Part of it is I'm really vibing with this game mechanically. It's just, it's like, it makes sense.
Not much chance I'd make it through the Penitent's Gate without someone recognizing me as a deserter. Sid had better have a plan.
Yeah, so I'm thinking we're gonna go straight into the MSQ stuff, and then we'll come back and maybe hang out and do some side quests and stuff later on. I also potentially have raid tonight. I know some people dropped out of that, so we'll see whether or not we like riding a bike. I know it's literally only been one day, but I won't say I forgot how fun it was, but it feels good.
Garuda, lend me your strength.
Oof. I mean, to be fair, like, ultimately the plan is for the crystals to be broken, so I suppose Raven even isn't the worst. Oh, okay. Is that Baywatch? Oh, we already checked that Baywatch. We already got the item from there and fought the guys there.
Wolves.
Unless there's something else.
We can't let them get any closer to the village.
One of the first things I do with pretty much any map is I explore every corner of it when I play a game. I, like, can't help myself. I think I got every corner of here so far. Yeah, because I did Meadows, I did back there. Might not have done Westwatch, but I definitely did Two other towers, but good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to go check those out. What, so obviously with the abilities you have, so up to this point, Rune, so like what would be Ifrit, Phoenix, and Garuda. I'm sure you may have like whatever the next one is as well, whether it be Titan or Bahamut. But have you been using the same abilities that I've been using, or you been enjoying different ones?
Damn it all. Bodies. A man and a woman.
Suspected that might be the case.
Well, the wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry. So it is you, Tatien.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to sea every night. You said her name was Tatien.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting
Communicate
on
with your
the hill.
partners!
I think he meant to ask her something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
I need to tell Isabel. Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
Coming at the right time for sad moments, huh, bud? Yep, Bull's a good boy. Also, how's the audio, by the way? Is everything loud enough? I can turn up the game a little bit or turn myself up or down if need be. And then, Room, what were you saying? Yeah, that makes me bloody long to finish games fully. I have to explore every detail in a Fallout 4 2. Yeah, I'm Raven, I feel that. I have to either, like, take a very mental effort to say, no, I'm just going straight through a game, or I 100% it completionist style. Different ones, Fire Rebirth and Ignition. Let me actually look at the abilities. Because I really haven't been experimenting just because, I'm going to say I've really enjoyed the ones I've had. Okay. You were using Heatwave for a while. Any particular reason that Heatwave was good that you liked? And then Willowwick's Ignition. I guess that one's probably nice for the charge and good amount of damage. I'm going to go ahead and try it. What's the Mastery do? Or upgrade. Widens area of effect, increases potency. Let's try that. I need to swap it. Okay. We'll swap it for... I love Rising Flames, but Scarlet Cyclone's so good for AoE. I'm gonna try Ignition over Scarlet. We'll try it for a bit. We'll see if I like it. I do love their system of, hey, you can put points in, but you can take them out at any time. Like, that incentivizes experimentation in a really good way. Good on this end, though my AC is on, so I have the volume up higher than normal. Okay, sounds good to me. I wanted to say experimental. There's no penalty for switching it. Yeah, it's not that I experiment because I'm afraid to. It's that I get comfortable. And, like, then I can get... And if it's working, then I'm more concerned about mastering dodging and all that, which is not a great habit. I should be experimenting
If
more.
it was a message...
You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions arrived. They said they would meet you at a
Oh,
little
Infinite, good to see you.
chapel
Glad to have
the
you.
east of here.
Thank you, but you needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then?
Infinite, I've got a little bit of you on my desk. My partner just handed me a Popoto.
I see.
I don't know why.
My dear Tatienne. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatienne. I believe it was yours.
An old wooden comb gifted to Tatienne by Madame Isabelle. Several of the teeth appear to have been recently broken.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
I should go.
Before you do, I have one last gift. A token of my thanks. The Vale counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Or to mention the same thing.
But did he mention that it was
Dalmec or
all
to
of the
Rosarian?
legions? This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital. But that couldn't possibly be true
Holy
now, could
Conquer
it?
Storm.
Take care, Clive.
I will. And thank you again.
This heat wave is like countering magic. It does more damage than Rising Flame when used properly. If I'm being honest, it was a mistake. But since switching over to Rook says no defense. Interesting. I do love that, like, there seems a lot of room for your level of execution and not just skill, but like how you engage in fights is going to change dramatically. Like, what's the best tool for you? Even if something is straight up the best, like in damage in one regard, it may not actually be. I love that room to action. Like, this is a good example of like where I like room for experimentation maneuver, whereas I don't so much in 14, because I like. In a single player, I'm not facing another person, right? So any tool, even slightly suboptimal, is allowed to like very much is fine and allowed to be connected to how it feels good to play and what feels right and what makes the most sense to overcome the challenge, because it's purely me versus it. Whereas in an MMO, because of optimization, because of like how things are designed and the team play that's designed, it just feels less good for me. But yeah, Rune, thanks for your input on what you liked and what worked for you. I haven't really been talking to many people who've been playing because I've either been ahead or behind most.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
It's such
Which
a
is why
small
we'll be
thing.
taking the back door.
I love that his jerkin, his like black jerkin, has just a slight purple tinge to it. Crab, good to see you. Glad to have you. Oh, I'm glad you got up. I am doing better. Thank you so much for the well wishing. I hope you've been having fun. Which was the first Final Fantasy? The Pleasure Houses of Oriflamme. Which was the first Final Fantasy to deal with crystals or some kind of energy source as a limited resource? Was it 7? I mean, 6 kind of does magic. Jill.
Cheer up, you two. Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a... brothel.
Really? Doesn't seem very private.
So then,
Smooth motherfucker.
how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Where the shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sanbreque.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut. And how exactly did you come to know about this fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut, but that's not
Jill
important.
in the background.
Sid, if the mother crystals truly are the cause of the blight,
If you wound me, Jill.
what I'm trying to say is, If the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves.
Because it
And
gives
they'll
them
do
power,
whatever
and
it
it's
takes to
yeah.
hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Good thing stuff like this never happens in the real
Whoever
world.
controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools, and the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Does a nobleman weep for a broken mug? A torn tunic? Our fate means nothing to them. No, this isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
Sid the Outlaw. That'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
My one worry is if he was responsible for what happened in the north, the blight didn't stop. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can fix my my headphones are a little quiet, and I have a suspicion it's because my volume mixer is turned down. Yeah, that was it. Let me know if it just got louder for you guys, by the way. So I apologize. Give it a second, it'll come back. Sid equals best boy, yes, Sid. I enjoy the combat somewhat. I have to say, I adore the combat so far. The story was okay. I've been thinking the story is, yeah, pretty solid, pretty okay, pretty good. And I've been feeling like, I feel like it's gonna ramp up and get better. But around the point you're at now, I started to enjoy it more. Yeah, I'm not super surprised to hear that. Jill is a smart and educated girl, but you can see how she's been in the dark most of her time. Yeah. Well, and not even just in the dark, but also, I think she's more prim and proper, right? Like, and so she, you know, I don't know that she just turns her nose up at any, like, you know, at it all, but just like, you know, maybe a whorehouse isn't exactly her cup of tea. One good thing about Rook's Gambit too is it stops time to make sure you get the hits in. Oh, interesting. Wait, Rook's Gambit, is that the, wait, that's Titan, isn't it? If so, try not to mention ones that come later, unless it's, here, we'll go in and we'll, Drake's Head. In majestic silence has Drake's Head ever stood vigil over the empire of Sanbreque and its bejeweled capital. You've reached a pivotal moment of the story. If you continue, you will not be able to return. Okay, Rune, am I gonna lose access to side quests if I go? It's Garuda's counter ability. Thank you, Lore. Good to have you, by the way. Okay, for people who are in the know, if I go in, will I? Yep. Okay. Well, then let's go do some side quests quick. I'm grateful for it warning me. I don't know why I thought it was Titan. I must have been thinking it was Titan because of the iconic demo. Where, like, must have got them confused. Rook's Gambit. See, the reason I have been using Rook's Gambit is because I like dodging too much.
With the right to confiscate any object.
And I'd rather, like, keep pressure on, keep pressure on, and then dip out. But the lock-on I'm not a fan of. Yeah, the lock-on's not great. What I would say is that the off-screen targeting, though, is really good. So, like, for instance, if I'm using my dash with
Excuse me,
Phoenix,
you
it
there? The
that
gentleman
works
with the
so well that I
sword?
don't mind. The soft locked, basically.
I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars.
Tank
So
mentality.
you are an associate of the dames? Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne, a humble merchant, though fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you
This
be
feels
willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total: a grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on. And though I cannot prevent you from peeking, I advise that you don't. Strongly advise.
Yeah, I the many hits one too. I use Crepe because it's great for that building that multiplier. Exactly. My thing is, I just love dodging, so like using R1 to dodge so much.
Did one of them get on this side?
I just saw their chest up there because I swear I just saw a white dot. Yeah. Volume's still good. Got maybe a little louder, but no problems. Okay, thanks, Kiko. Let me know if I need to readjust at any point, guys. It's really not hard for me to readjust, but I can't tell if it gets off balance. Parrying is also very satisfying, sometimes hard to pull off. I'm looking forward to getting to a point where I'm gonna sit down and practice parrying, but like what I need to do is basically go into the area at Stone and like just practice that timing. But you're right. When I have pulled it off, it is satisfying as hell.
Needs to brush up on our swordcraft.
Please be.
Where's your commanding officer branded? Don't you know the training grounds are for real soldiers?
Well, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind. The infantry always needs more bodies, though.
I'm just passing through.
80% of the time, it's been an accident for me too, Crepe.
Don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earned that brooch?
I'd rather not.
By all means.
Oh,
no, Clive!
Only chivalrous souls that we are. Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back. I suggest you don't either. Take a moment to get ready if you need it. Wouldn't want you whining about an unfair fight.
I don't need even a second.
Now,
If that's what you want.
cocky bastard. All right, let's be having you.
I'm glad you're finding them relaxing, Raven.
Oh, and when you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding. Use all the dirty tricks you want, Brandon. All right. So you know one end.
When you use that attack? Oh, what a perfect first time. dying to use that ability.
Fuck me.
What the hell are you playing at, Leon?
Indeed.
Ah, so it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine. Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we? Where the bearer? Win the dame's favour, anyway.
By knowing when to hold my tongue for a start.
You've got potential. I'll give you that.
Jesus Christ. Didn't even let him stand.
Can I go now?
Grieger's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
The dame's man or no, he's still a branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Yeah, not after the bullocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
Out of curiosity, what makes you think that they're more specifically French inspired? Because a lot of it seems pretty English to me, like from the architecture and a lot of other things. But I mean, I may just be mistaken. I mean, also it's very like fantasy, right? So it's like Western European, like mesh more than anything. Okay, so let's do the watchtowers. So we need to do West Watch. We did Bay Watch, and then we already went to the Penitent Gate. We already did Unnamed Chapel. We already did East. Oh no, I don't think we actually ran up to East Watch because I think it was blocked off when we went to go to Garuda. So let's go do that quick. Sanbreque, yes. Because it's Sanbreque and then it's the Sanbrequias, right? Sanbrequias. They say that even as early as the demo.
Oh, who goes there?
Dude, that ability is so silly. Like, I don't think I could use that against a boss. Come on, swing at me. I want you to swing. Come on.
Someone doing damn it.
Oh my god, that ability is hilarious. By the way, you have a lot of control of the movement during ignition. Yeah. It's crazy. Exactly why I love this cycle. Just how cocky those boys were and how weak they are compared to you. Yeah, they go down like nothing.
What are you playing at, Brandon?
I love that it has a gravitational pull on it too, so you don't just lose them. I feel like I'm going to continue to use that when I'm out in the open world, even just for traveling, but I'm going to probably switch back to the other one for boss fights. But we'll see. I wonder, how does it work as a traveling tool? Ready, Torgal?
You're not welcome here.
That's gonna take a while to stop being funny.
I do everything around here.
Fun. Yeah, once it grabs people, it keeps them. Yeah, I was not expecting. I was expecting it to like divvy them off if you didn't aim it well. So the fact that it's so easy to pull off is crazy. Is there anything over here? Ooh, is that a? Yeah, it is one of the stones. not gonna be great for like anything with
There's a good boy.
Not having my other attack is actually throwing off my timing now a little more. I got so used to like having a specific cadence. Oh, fuck. You take one day off and you forget how to dodge. Too early?
Not this time.
Interesting. So it doesn't do much for stagger. So it's great for... Okay. Yeah, so it's not great for bosses, but it is definitely great for, like, people fodder. Maybe if drawing comes out good, I'll share it. Yeah, Raven, you should always share your drawings, even if it doesn't come out good. Like, I mean, hell, look at Tail. Tail, like, just constantly puts stuff out, and you've seen the ways in which he improves over time.
Excellent.
And hell, I love, like, your Niniri Salmon, like, your Deadpool art. I still have those over. Here, give me a second. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Finished.
I still have these printed out. Like, I keep these on me. Okay, I got Goldfish and I got Melio. It's still good for stagger bonus damage, but yeah, I can slide off the enemies. Yeah, but it didn't seem like the stagger for it was nearly as powerful as some of the other abilities I've been using. Okay, so Chronolith, can't use that yet. The Chronolith. I wonder, okay, so obviously it's gonna have something to do with time. My question is it gonna allow you to retreat back in time to a point, like, in this area before it was damaged? Like, let me guess. Here's my guess. We go on the mission, we break the crystal, it moves time forward, meaning that things get all wacky and crazy to some extent. But if I want to come back to this area at a specific point in time, I can use the Chronolith. That's my theory. I'm, like... I mean, it could be something else. It could be, like, even going further back in time to experience a different thing. Is there no way marker up there? That. Family Workshop. Family Workshop. I don't think I went there either. Okay, so I need to go here, here, then I need to do those two quests. Let's do the quests first. Small reason probably has been gliding around the enemies, but if you use the ignition in the center of the face, you'll sit on them and do it a lot. Okay, definitely we'll retry it for sure. I'll definitely keep practicing with it. Thanks for giving me an excuse to try it out. So so here's the other thing. And I want your opinion on Room. Or anyone else, or Crep, or anyone else who knows. So you have, so obviously Flames of Rebirth is a high cost, right? Seems to do a lot of damage, gives you a heal, seems to do good stagger damage. Why is Flame of Rebirth not just a straight better thing than the other ones? Does it take a long time to cool down or something? No, room. We're not gonna have a ton of people watching. You guys don't need to worry about dominating chat. This is just a conversation. Feel free to talk to me. I enjoy having you guys around. It's a very long cooldown. Okay. You're basically saving a special to use on. Interesting. Maybe once I get my third, I'll consider mastering it and throwing it on there perhaps to have for backup. there's nothing really there. Oh, gotta reset sound. For those who don't know, the reason it goes like you get the screen goes a weird color is that my sound desyncs every so often, and so I have to basically turn on an app. By the way, Raven, I don't know if you know this, but Niniri still uses your salmon as his icon on their icon on Discord. Cooldown accessory is 12 stout. Holy moly, and it's still a long time? Yeah, I can imagine that being pretty powerful. Interesting, interesting. Have you used the Garuda one? Will do, Raven, will do. I feel like the only accessory I would consider using is the one that does Torgal for me. Like, my pride won't let me use the accessories, but, like, I just don't... I'm so much more interested in engaging with, like, Clive that, like, the Torgal side of it. Like, commanding Torgal isn't, like, that interesting.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of
Yes,
her pen
I did fall.
while I did my chores.
Yes, thanks, Crab.
But she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
I mean, right now I'm a little tempted to go full double fire and just put, like, Phoenix and Ifrit on both of them.
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
Good guy.
Beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting.
Good God, good job. Good guy, Clive.
That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her.
First, I'm gonna pick up the other quest just in case they cross over. They probably don't.
Weren't expecting any new bread. Into the new...
Oh, there it is.
Had another branded drop in the field yesterday.
You, branded, here, now. You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy. Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
All right. Where is he?
My. I see they've sent me a branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
Look, not to make this a charged conversation, but I have to say, with the amount that this game wants to engage with the idea of slavery around branded, I gotta say, maybe when it comes to at least the Americas, I'm kind of glad they made it a predominantly white
Someone whose son's in mortal
because otherwise there would have been.
He didn't seem all that worried. Something's not right here. I need to be careful. You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners. Why should I help you, eh? You tell me that.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet. Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lissette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
The windmill.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
This is going the way I think it's going, isn't it?
Chloe?
More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that someone napping on the job? I hope they don't mind the interruption.
The crystal's curse.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favorite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
I literally do not think Clive could have handled that any better. That was masterful, frankly. Equal parts indignation and desire to hope that it makes the world better.
I'm so sorry, Chloe.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the better quests so far, for sure. It's been really interesting to experience this quest because some of them have been very light on. I don't want to say substance because they matter in terms of like the human condition, which I think is
Not if I can help it.
a really big part of what this game is been on, like is focusing on. But it's very fascinating how many of them are very low key.
Stay back. I'll deal with this.
Look, I'm not gonna say that some part of me was questioning the ethics of stabbing a sword through a little girl for a moment there, but like, all I know is that Clive handled that masterfully. Yeah, that's definitely, not what I meant. More my point was that, for instance, if you made branded people of color, or you didn't make them branded people, you're kind of opening up yourself to like a conversation around that, no matter which way you choose. But I don't even know necessarily how much that was even a part of the consideration on that part. I think it's just that, like, very starkly, this is interested in a very, like, Western European fantasy stylings. So I don't think by any means that necessarily should include the inclusion of people.
You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die. Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
wolf's work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this before it happens again.
No, Crepe amongst the community, I think you're one of the people who tend towards a little bit more of the provocative jokes or things, which I fully accept you for. But I think that's just that's where the contention was coming from.
You, Brandy, come here this instant.
Gladly.
How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet, and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the Branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go, summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
That unlucky wretch would be
me.
me.
First choice.
I'm my own master. I'm beholden to no one. And I take orders from no one.
Lies! Do you think I cannot see that brand on your face?
Not
Shut
even
your
a
mouth
question of
and
which one I was
listen.
going to pick.
Those bearers you killed, they were people. They felt fear and pain, just as you do. And unless you wish to share in their suffering, you would do well to remember we are not your playthings.
Father, he's scaring me.
How dare you threaten us? How dare you?
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this Branded's head clean off his shoulders.
Interesting, Crepe.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least.
If I could hold my head any higher,
How
I'd
many
be
bearers have
decapitated.
lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
Rune, for anyone who's gotten further ahead, does there become more and more uses for like crafting items? Because I've found that like I've had very limited use for like building stuff. I feel like I'm always have like a surplus of items.
More victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
Man, they should be glad that Clive is really not a Dark Knight. Like a la Sidurgu or Frey. Like, he has a sense of indignity and justice, but he actually does hold himself back and keeps himself reserved.
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it
So
you
far,
slew the
anyways.
nobleman's pet?
I did. Now I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Father! Father!
Is this your doing?
Of course not. Wolves kill. It's in their nature. Invite one into your home, he's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder? The realm's less two murderous
Ooh, I like the
bastards,
subtext there.
and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For the help.
Yep, those two were the best quests
You don't
written so
have to.
far. 100% agreed.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again. Till then.
I have nothing to prove this whatsoever. Just a gut instinct, and I may end up being completely wrong. But I have a feeling this game is going to continue to get better as it goes along, and did not necessarily put its absolute strongest foot forward. I mean, to be fair, I think the first 3 hours actually are a really strong foot forward. But like after that, I have a suspicion I'm going to keep. But maybe not. We'll see. I'm excited either way. Okay, so we need to go back there, and then we need to go to Eastwatch, I think, which should be that tower up there. Speaking of Dark Knight, I've been trying out the class on my alt. Love its storyline. It might become my main tank. Nice, Raven. I would say the one thing worth remembering, Raven, about Dark Knight is it relies on timing, like almost more than any other tank, because you don't have as many healing. You don't have a lot of self-sustain. But it's a lot of fun. It's like kind of like playing jazz. It's almost like kind of playing Dancer, because it's not Dancer because you're pressing all sorts of things, but it's like you don't have a strict rotation. Sounds good. The game has its own ARR. That's an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I suppose I agree. Interesting, Rune. Okay. Interesting. Which is perfectly fine by me. I'm okay with having a slower start. I would much rather a game have like a good prologue, a slightly slower start that ramps up and up and up and up and up and up and up, rather than like, hey, everything's good and then it's all down. You know?
With the right to confiscate any object.
Come, treat yourself. Well, how about a plum for the apple of your eye?
I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Ian sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice.
Every jounce and jostle is of this unexceptional leather sack is accompanied by an eerily melodic tinkling that is likely best ignored.
That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
All this for a drink.
Not just any drink. The very best. Specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
That's good to know. It's good to know, Crip. I mean, not that I'm sure it won't be like, you know, oscillate somewhat, but I'm sure curious to know.
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now, shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
Why didn't you say so? Times are hard. But this here'll make 'em less so. For a while at least. Sorry about the welcome. I meant nothing by it. You wait right here.
Well, that was really nice of Josh, Raven. Yeah, just let yourself still learn.
Yeah.
And leave yourself open to people
tell
offering,
Etienne
you know,
I'm a
helpful
man of
tips and
my
stuff.
word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
The dude's trying to go on a date, trying to get best perfume, best wine. What level are you playing at so far, Raven? Because basically, until you hit 70 with Blackest Night, or is it 68 with Blackest Night? You know, it's a very different thing. What, like, because Blackest Night is really your bread and butter.
I have no business with Branded.
Well, I have business with you. A package, fresh from the Master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone. This is lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false...
I can always take it back.
You will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue. Had you been the tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment.
You know what?
Take it and get out of my sight.
Cigars.
You know what? Okay.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
I do appreciate the side quest. As much as, like, they aren't, like, crazy in terms of, like,
the question is,
doing a whole bunch.
How can they afford to maintain them? I
All the
suppose there's
time.
only one way to find out.
It all smells so
What they're really good for is, instead of just, like, the MSQ constantly just telling you the plight of the branded, giving you like, just showing you how people treat you, right? Especially in the different nations.
That's the day done.
So yeah, I think... yeah, they don't do anything. They don't do any crazy great shakes that often, but that's partly because I don't think they're really meant to. I think they're just supposed to be a touch of broadening and deepening the state of the world and the state of the branded.
Ah, you have returned.
I believe these are yours.
I wouldn't call it exciting world building, but I would call it important world building. Likewise, there's some good world building, yeah. After the leaves of the tobacco plant are harvested, they're dried and cured for several moons to improve their flavor before being finally chopped and rolled inside a single uncut leaf. Though no other ingredients are added, the resulting cigars are possessed of distinct aromas of vanilla, cherry, and clove. It is said that the petals of 20 roses are required to distill a single drop of fragrant rose oil. A potent spirit made by distilling wine and then aging in barrels for several decades. As such, it remains a luxury, even for the aristocracy.
Delightful. The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't know what this
Even
day's
the stuff about
work
the
may have
crystals is
cost you,
important.
then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
I think you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
The thing I don't understand, if Drake's head is right there, what's precluding them from mining more and sending them out? The only reason I can think is that they're wanting to maintain more of Drake's head, or like they don't want to... I've been thinking about that for a while. Like, in theory, there should be no reason that there's a mass decline in crystals being mined from the mother crystals. The only reason is if either A, it's a ploy for power of some kind, or B, the crystals themselves are waning in some way. Also, I love that you can see like a lensing artifact in the game, where the sun shines, because it's a video game. There's no reason that you should see a lensing artifact. There's no camera lens, you know, in the game. So they had to. They're mimicking that. That's a cinematic thing.
Let's make this quick.
Despite the fact that it's, you know.
Stay down.
Okay, I'm gonna try a different ability now, just because I want to try out stuff. Okay, that was limit break. That was we're trying. That one seems interesting defensively, but is not that. Okay. Heat wave. Oh, I don't have enough to try Flames of Rebirth yet. Not that interested in trying that. Has anyone tried Aerial Blast versus Flames of Rebirth? Anyone have any thoughts on it? I guess I suppose if I was going to switch out to that, what I could do is I could drop out one of those. Try Rebirth at Eastwatch. Yeah, okay. If I'm going to do Rebirth at Eastwatch, I'll just remove Scarlet Cyclone. Oh, well, that's fine. You know, I'll kill a couple things before I get there. Stagger Machine. I mean, it had 5 stars, so I'm not surprised. Is it like if you use it on a boss, is it basically like an insta bar down, or like how is it? You get them all back. 100% you get every single one back. They want you to try things out. Like, they said that in the lead up to the game, and they even say it in the menus, I think, early on. Almost there. I need, like, I think one more kill. Maybe I'll do other group, see if I can speed level to 50. I won't take long, maybe. So one thing too worth doing, Raven, is so if you do the dungeons, if you'll get from 50 to 60 pretty easy. Big recommend, do a Frontlines roulette every day. You get a lot of XP and you'll work on your series reward. Huge recommend on that. But yeah, I bet you if you dungeon spam people, if you just dungeon spam 53 to 60, you'll go right fast. Okay, that should be it. Keep pressing middle button. Also, wait, did I? I chose the wrong one, because this, I should be using Rising Flame, and then this should be Flames of Rebirth. Gonna AFK, but still listening, watching, just gonna play my own game at the same time. Yeah, no worries. Nice. Oh man, it's like at least a full minute cooldown. I'm a 90 Dark Raven, so if you ever want advice or whatever. Yeah, and well, I can only probably give it mostly up to 80, because I played Dark mainly during Shadowbringer, so Rune probably does better than I do. I have it at 90, and I play it at 90, but But dark is a lot of fun. I like how you have something new has changed from blue to red after you unlock Ifrit. I like how you have something new. You have something new, Dot. Where? Here? I'm not sure I know exactly which one you mean. Give it a second to reset.
That's better.
In the lore, and if you get a new piece of equipment. Oh, interesting. Oh, like when you go over to the lore tab, the lore book, they were blue before? Interesting. That is interesting if that's true. Okay. Almost done resetting. Yeah, let's read yours. Mother Crystal is situated at the Sea of Grace in northern Sanbreque. Drake's Head towers over the holy capital of Oriflamme. Its mighty form a testament to the power and permanence of the Empire. However, mysterious aether floods and the specter of an ever-crouching blight have led some in power to call that permanence aether floods. The first I'm hearing about that. Nation occupying the northern eastern reaches of the continent of Storm with the great city of Oriflamme as its capital. Sanbreque is the realm's largest theocracy and home to the Mother Crystal Drake's Head. It was the theocracy for the Empire is ruled by the Holy Emperor, the one true goddess. Yeah, okay. The one true goddess is Gregorian. Made flesh according to the Gregorian faith. I'm just thinking about the Gregorian faith, who is served unquestionably by the sworn knights of the Blessed Dragoon, no more commonly as dragoons. Okay.
You! Identify yourself!
Let's fight these guys.
Give me fire!
I wonder if I bait them, will more come out, or do you have to kill a certain amount?
These were my men. Wake!
God, it's so weird how fast Limbery comes back.
That's enough.
I'm still getting used to that. Okay, that should be every quest. Open world map. It's interesting. There was another door in the Blight in the dim. I just want to check that door real quick because there was one door over by Phoenix Gate that seemed like the same sort of unlock mechanism that we used to get into Phoenix Gate itself. And I just want to make sure that it won't let me in now that I know that. And I have a suspicion that it won't, but that if I have a different icon absorbed later, that will let me in. Yeah, it was down there. Okay, here we go. Do they have a Gregorian calendar as well? Well, they should, right? Because their calendar is started at the 8th. I feel like they reference one. They reference that there is an official calendar. Although, actually, I don't think... If I'm not mistaken, the Gregorian calendar, or the calendar in it is not Gregorian. It's from an older, it's older, but even though the empires that created it have fallen since its creation, it's still in use, if I remember right. I believe that's what they said about it. Check that item. Oh, the item that I just got. Was it a gear? Oh, Kestrel's Beak brand. Increased down thrust damage. Nice. Will of Thard. It's older. That was the Gregorian calendar joke. Yeah. I follow. Julian. Yeah, you have to tell me which item it was, because I totally missed what item I picked up. Yep, can't open it yet. Okay. Onward to the story. Imperial Link. Oh, many have tendered explanations to how Imperial Dragoons are able to leap such absurd heights, from the power of prayer to a strict diet of hare, toad, and crickets. But none save the knights themselves know the truth. Whatever the secret, it is plain that the heavy plate would only prove a hindrance, and so the Empire equipped its Dragoons with armor forged from lighter than linen mithril. This link is part of a vest that would have been worn beneath the breastplate. Should start making my jokes here with a /J. I mean, yeah. Crepe, it's been a long-running thing that anytime someone makes a comment, I just take it at absolute face value. Gnarled scale. But also, no, I understood that it was a joke. It was more that I was like, wait, actually, there is lore about this that we read earlier on when we were in the hideout. Okay, guys, you ready to go into the capital? I have a feeling some stuff is about to go down. Drake's Head.
There are not nearly enough men here.
Good. It's fortunate the city guard doesn't take sentry assignment as seriously as you do. This bodes well.
I'll be a first. This may not be such a terrible plan after all.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Only that your last secret shortcut was nowhere near as secret as you claimed.
Yeah, but that's half the fun of it. Life's too short for perfect plans. You want a plan
okay,
keep you on your
Sidolphus.
toes, stop you growing old and complacent.
Worked for you, has it?
Best Sid.
Clive, my boy, even life's smallest challenges offer the opportunity to grow and to change. You must embrace these moments. Allow them to suffuse your heart with a deep sense of fulfillment.
Narrowly escaping death at the hands of an enemy is not my idea of fulfillment.
Something wrong?
Not at all. Just wondering if the two of you had finished.
Right. We make for the Mother Crystal's heart as planned. Destroy it and the whole thing should come tumbling down.
And if the passage to the inner sanctum is guarded?
Then we embrace the moment and use it to grow and change.
I mean, honestly, so far, I don't want to even say best Sid. So far, best character in 16.
Trying to stay out of sight.
Obviously.
Don't worry, the passage is empty.
That's good to know, Crave. Nope. Yeah, I was hoping I'd be able to jump up the ladder.
All right, not quite empty. Let's get this over with.
This reminds me of Sasha a little bit.
I swear this passage used to be secret.
upon us!
Of course it did.
Perfect plans, Clive. Perfect plans.
I'm so glad items like are drawn to you after fighting.
He never stood a chance.
You're welcome.
The main tunnel.
That would be my guess. There are sentries everywhere.
Guess I just had to wait for him to go through. Potion.
And all good things must come to an end. We might have a bit more company from now on.
Hey, Laura, yeah, no, feel free to ask about that. My suspicion would be sometime in line with one of the fan fests. Beyond that, I couldn't say. But definitely pre 7.0 would be my guess. And I would say earliest would be a North American fan fest, latest would be Japanese fan fest. But I mean, that's so sometime in between July 2023 and about February 2024.
Captain,
to arms!
this might take a while.
Summon the cannoneer at once!
Here, wake!
Here we go! God, that really does a number on all the enemies.
Stay down!
I kind of almost don't like it. I don't want to clear out the room. I want to fight him. No.
I think this may be the moment I was talking about earlier.
What have we here? More insects come to be squashed? You will find my mortar and I only too happy to oblige.
You're not wrong, Trees. Oh god, that's a gun!
Okay.
Then let's
Well,
shut
a mortar,
him up.
but you give it the point.
Too slow.
You feel like something in the air?
Ether. It's ether.
Then we better make this quick.
Come on, break, break, break!
Get him, boy! Sick of Torgal!
Why won't you die?
Is he?
So surplus of aether is not good.
He's gone Akashic.
Akashic? What the? Some forewarning would have been nice.
Save your pity. You get none in return. There's nothing left of him but hatred and rage.
Let's end his torment.
Kind of like Akasha. I wonder if that's where Akasha, Akashic comes from. Like Akasha. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
Not this time. Too slow.
entrenched!
Gotcha. God, I love this game's combat.
I'll never get used to that. Akashic or no, he was still a man. And
Not
I
at all
drowned
similar to
in
14.
ether.
It's no way for anyone to go.
Interesting. Interesting. The irreversible change brought about by living beings' overexposure to aether. Creatures are stripped of any intelligence or sense of self they may once have had and become suffused with life force, usually manifesting as extreme strength and aggression. Flora can also turn, resulting in their twisted overgrowth. Those with ethereal tolerance, however, such as dominance and bears, are less likely to turn Akashic. Interesting. And I'm sure that comes from Akasha. So the crystals themselves are pooling that aether, so where that bodes poorly.
Come on.
Favorite thing to do in this game is get the Rook's
duties a
Gambit
death
timing right, but
sentence
not
in this place. Not that Sylvester cares.
yeah. I love my Tankin, Tracy. What are you gonna do? Is this Stinian's VA? I don't think it was. Precision shot on dashes works. Yeah. The name and concept feels like Endwalker reference. Well, remember that this would have been worked on. So 16 would have been written before. 16 would have been in the writing plan even as early as Stormblood. So I think it was more like both of them taking the idea and running with it in different directions. So I don't know that that would be an Endwalker reference because Endwalker would have begun being written while 16 would have been way into production and already have had its writing not locked necessarily, but like main concepts like that would have been.
Breathe deep of the blessing, my friends. Who said being a dominant doesn't have its benefits?
Sid, this is an ether flood.
There shouldn't be one here, should there? The workers couldn't survive this.
Well, it wasn't here last time, I can tell you that. Which means we need to be quick. The ether won't hurt us, but I'd rather not find out what it's done to everyone else.
Shouldn't it hurt Torgal though? Also, that would explain in part where the aether's been going that's drawn from blighted areas, if it's flooding into other places. So it's just unequalized. But I wonder if it's that simple. Issa, good to have ya! I'm glad that you got to get ahead so you could pop in. How you been enjoying it? The battle theme 16 people compared to FFA. I can also hear some of Endwalker overworld battle theme influences. Definitely. On both accounts, I definitely hear it. And I mean, it's kind of impossible to not hear some of the 14 stuff just because it's like I feel like you can just hear Soken things that like he does. Like what the Ifrit battle theme has parts of I swear to God what sounds like either Torn from the Heavens or More Than Truth and parts of Oblivion.
The miners. The gods.
Too far gone. The ether's made monsters of them. All we can do now is put them up. Misery.
Isabel said she thought the Empire might be planning to abandon the capital. Could this be why?
Oh.
Makes sense.
She said you could call her Isabel. Never mind. If ever there was a reason to up sticks, an ether flood would be it. Fuck me. Those guards at the gate. They weren't there to keep...
Aether floods. Pools of concentrated aether that form on the land's surface, thought to be caused by an imbalance in its diffusion beneath. Okay, so yeah, though aether is usually invisible at flood level, concentration takes on a blue glow. Those with natural etheric tolerance can survive exposure to the flood, at least for a short time, but most living things will eventually succumb to its effect, losing their minds and turning Akashic. I've got a feeling we're going to start experiencing that affecting the overworld at different points at some point. but also to explain like if it's pooled in the wrong place and the blight. Although I guess if we just find a mechanism to redistribute, it should be okay. Yep, so far ahead, it's awesome, great character relationships, good. Remember what I said about plus they start popping up in a bit. Yes. Oh, I gotta remember exactly what you said if you want to remind me. But I remember you pointing that to telling me about that stuff.
They were there to keep the Akashic in.
Okay, got it. Decent keeps happening. You know what? I am going to switch back. As much as I think it's dope as all hell, as much as I think Flames of Rebirth is dope as all hell, I actually genuinely prefer having the regular Scarlet Cyclone to help do damage with stagger damage. Is there any better stagger option? Not really, honestly. I mean, I guess I could do Aerial Blast, but then it's still not the regular stagger damage, although still tempting. Yeah, for now I'm gonna stick with this. And then I may hold the other one for stagger later. I had a laugh after I saw Plus Quest for the first time. Can't wait to figure out why you were laughing. I wonder why Torgal's okay. Oh.
Doesn't look that far. Right. Whoa. Some help.
Hold on.
Thanks for the help, Joe.
Not quite as spry as I used to be.
I'll take that as a thank you.
Look on the bright side, eh? At least you won't get lost.
So they're blue quests. The plus quests are just blue quests. Some opponents will use the ability War Cry to invigorate themselves, enhancing their performance in battle. Look for the damage up icon, try to defeat them before they can deal fucking roll dervish. Yep, you'll definitely want to do them. Oh, I'm planning on 100%ing this game. As far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna platinum this game. So, we're definitely gonna do those. Thanks for the warning, though, guys. Thanks, Yusef. I'm super interested what order you're gonna get all the icons into. Don't tell me if anyone knows, but like I would think I'd get Bahamut next since I'm here in Sanbreque, but like also Hugo wants to come after us. Leviathan's got to come in at some point because we know there's one for each element, so there's got to be a water one, unless it's a new not Leviathan one. But why wouldn't it be Leviathan? But I would assume that they're in the crystal. That's going to be in the crystal. So okay, so what ones do we have left? We got Odin, Bahamut, Titan, Leviathan, or whatever water one there is. Ramu, Shiva. That should be the 6 of the 9 that we're missing. At some point, we've got to gather those from Jill and then it probably whenever Sid is gonna kick it, seeing as he's getting more and more stony, that's probably when we'll grab on to remove. And keep calling them plus question 14. That's funny, Crepe. Oh, real quick, I just reminder, I don't think you read the item you got from the armored suit. No, I didn't see what item it was, so that I was asking Rune which one it was. Unless you did later. I wanted to talk about that real quick. Yeah. So what was the item called and what was it? Because I just missed completely what it was. I'll have to wait for you to tell me. I haven't seen the water guns, so I hope water is Bismarck. That makes Fallen Iron. That's what it was, okay. Fallen Iron, there we go. Despite thousands of years having passed since its forging, not a single blemish, scratch, nor patch of rust can be found upon the metal's surface. As to how it's possible, none can say, and the answer will likely remain lost forever. And I wonder how much that may or may not have anything to do with meteorite and what's up with that. Just as drops of molten iron fall from smith's oven to the floor to cool, so too do they fall from the celestial foundry where the gods forge their divine instruments of war, or so it is believed. We call these otherworldly outcastings meteorite. I wonder if that has to do with Metia. You just scanned over it, yeah. So when you also read the Fallen Ruin, yes. What about it? They say Fallen Ruin materials are basically invincible. Yes, except for the way that you can defeat the creatures is that if you basically, you hit them, you don't break their metal, but you basically dislodge the mechanisms that are interconnected. And so that's how you can still beat them. Icons destroy them like they're nothing. Well, that we've seen so far, you don't destroy them. Like, what's explained is that you're basically dislodging them and not, like, the constituent components still are fine, but they, like, break apart and the things no longer can function. At least that's what the lore entry says. Unless you mean, like, the ones that are broken apart, like Fallen Ruins and the Apothecary, though. Yeah. It's a good question, because the other thing that's stated is that the wares of time also still affect them, right? So it's not entirely clear. The other thing is that those the places under which they break, for instance, when could be like seam lines. So places that the things are connected rather than the metal itself. Kind of like how you can still dislodge a thing. How like the forge, like the little forgekin dudes are basically still a mechanism. It could be that the physical buildings themselves, while all made of the material, still are connected in ways that can be dislodged from each other. Or it could be that your, icons have special capabilities in terms of that and their ability to destroy them. I couldn't say for sure. I mean, it would make sense, seeing as the icons seem to have some sort of connection to the Fallen. It's funny, this place kind of reminds me of Zemail Darkhold. It is the Fallen Ruins in Gensrecht. No, I know so the Podatery I know is Fallen Ruins, but it's like, for instance, how do I put this? If a building is made out of stone, imagine that stone is invulnerable, but the mortar between the stone isn't. Make sense? That could be what's going on. Or it may just be that the icons are specifically have a power. It also may be that, like, okay, it's impervious to any sort of damage or whatsoever in terms of, like, traditional means, but that the icons are so much more powerful that it's not even, like, that it's something to do with their relationship to the Fallen, but just that they are, like, a level of power that most things can't. Like, nothing in the normal world would be able to manifest. Ooh, Coral Sword. Is it any better? It is. Coral, while razor sharp, is also painfully brittle, which is why it uses its use in all but the most primitive weapons is almost unheard of. This sword of unknown provenance, however, is possessed of remarkable rigidity, while maintaining an edge that rivals that of Odin's blade. Don't like its aesthetic as much, but I can't deny the stats.
Something a little more sturdy. On the count of 3.
3. What happened to 2?
Ask 1.
Once more.
Aye, seeing as you're trying now.
I love their banter.
As if that was going to keep us out.
Not any swords. Demon Tamer Slash. Yeah, Slash, I saw that earlier, but I didn't equip it. While slaying a demon merely returns its soul to the hell whence it came, until such time as it is re-summoned to inhabit a new host. Interesting, I wonder if that's true or misunderstanding. Taming a demon is much more effective means of dampening its evil influence in the corporeal plane. By luring and trapping the undying spirit of a hellspawn into accoutrements worn on one's person, one might also harness their power and channel a portion of it as their own. Interesting. Interesting. Favor of the Inferno Ignition, increase ignition damage by 12. That would be nice, but I don't really. Rising Flame. That's a pretty good one. Scarlet Cyclone. Ooh. Honestly, I prefer Rising Flame being my heavy hitter. And Cyclone's more about the stagger. Dude, whoever wrote Sid deserves a round of applause, because and the performer for Sid, who is I'm forgetting his name,
just up ahead.
Great actor.
Is it?
Actor.
I can't see a thing.
Well, unless someone's moved it.
He's also in Game of Thrones and plenty of other things. Always fucking great. But brings so much life. There's so much that writing can take you so far, but the performance and it really breathes life into it. Holy guacamole. And that's why crystals were also becoming more scarce, because they couldn't be farmed because of the Aether Flood. But why not farm it from the top side?
There's no one about.
I knew it would be big. But this...
That's what she said.
There. That's our way into the inner sanctum.
Oh, it's like a boss fight arena.
You'd think they'd have patched that up by now. A sorry state the Empire's in.
Wait. You don't mean...
Aye. My little game of hide and seek with Bahamut ended here. at tragic cost to this remarkable architecture. Don't blame me, he started it.
But how did he make it out alive?
I walked. You should try it.
The path of the goddess. God, that's
oh no.
Them again.
Interesting.
Is there something you two want to tell me?
Maybe later.
But how could those creatures from Phoenix Gate be here in the mines?
Are the two places connected somehow?
God, it's gorgeous. One of the things I like about how far past the limit break refills is that you actually, there's reasons to use it when it's not just at max. You can like fill in little spots right there. That's cool. Okay, I see what you mean. I went and read more of the lore. Also, didn't want to even spoil an NPC name, not that I think about it. But Crepe, I think soon to be met NPC will be Island's favorite. Oh, okay, interesting. I'll avoid looking for now. I'll continue on because I'm excited. I'm gonna guess either a fallen or a fallen android or something of some kind that is able to talk to us.
Soldiers assigned to the Glass Gate would tell stories about something they called the Guardian.
Can't say I saw anything like that when I was last here. Then again, I can't say I made it this far.
Let's just be careful then.
Okay. Let's go. Oh, actually, let me just reset sound just in case there's a big something to do. This isn't gonna be a boss fight. Holy shit.
Where did that come from?
If I had to guess,
Akasha dragon. Kashik dragon.
Poor beast. Another victim of the flood.
Too little aether's bad, too much aether's bad. It's all about balance.
well, if it's a fight he wants.
Ready, Clive?
Always.
Too early. No, it was on time. Oh my god, it's Midir from Dark Souls.
Where's he off to now? Clive, look out!
Booyah! Gotcha. Whew. I love this game's combat so much.
Are you all right?
Fine.
No, buddy.
The inner sanctum lies just beyond. Chances are the palace guard knows we're here. We should move. Not that any sane commander would send his men into a place awash with this much ether. Clive. If this all works, and the blessing fades, things are likely to get worse for our kind before they get better. Being the last to wield ether will make our talents that much more sought after. By which I mean hunted. I just hope, in the end, they'll see that we didn't have any other choice. That it was the only way to get us to a better place.
And here I was thinking I was the uncertain one.
Things were always going to get worse before they got better.
Luckily, 2 out of 3 of us have faith in you.
Then it all starts here. Time to earn that menacing title. Sid the Vicious, was it? We're almost there.
That's
Anyone having second thoughts?
Not me.
Inner sanctum.
We're with you to the end, Sid.
Then what are we waiting for?
Interesting. So the crystals have a heart.
Beautiful.
Is that what's strong?
The heart of Sanbreque.
Or is it just an extension of the entire crystal itself?
Well, that didn't work. I think we're gonna need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Taya's going to have a fix when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get cramped in here.
Sid.
That's more like it.
What are the ramifications?
Clive, look.
What is that?
Wait, I need a freet. Come to me. I can't do this without you. Not again. Where are you?
Hold on.
That stream's good on my end. You may want to try refreshing if you're having issues. But holy moly, me oh my.
Where the hell am I? I've been here before.
Typhon. Typhon has been really
You again. Where are you? What do you want? Fuck. It's still alive.
Release the power within you. Embrace your fate.
Get out of my head! I don't answer to you. I'm leaving. One way or another.
Ichigo, good to see, glad to have you. And yes, definitely not creepy whatsoever. Not unnerving as all hell. Oh.
By the flames.
Jesus. And the stun like on that. They're slow projectiles, so I need their phones to slow their attention. I wonder if this is trying to teach me his mechanics before I fight him.
What else can he do? Flames to me!
That power isn't yours. But this is mine. I remember now. I had a fire. I had it freed!
Melee, ranged, just like last time. Wait, ability mastery is shared with Clive. Triangle after executing a fireball burst. Oh, it's so much more fluid now. It's not like controlling a kaiju. Oh, that's too early. Use L while holding. Oh! Ah, too early. Too early. Gotcha. Gotcha. I wonder if this is going to get Ramu next because a promising beginning. But there is still much more that we would see. Great.
How many more could there be? Oh, fuck.
Agreed, Clive. Agreed. And now, show us your true strength.
As you wish.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Am I gonna make that? Typhon the Transgressor. Walls. Gotcha. Hellfire. Fucking spear bomb his ass. Whew, first try. Jade, good to see, glad to have ya. Flame of Rebirth. Residual fire aether that having failed to dissipate on the battlefield is instead manifested as solid form, not unlike crystal, with the elemental purity that renders it far more potent, if not highly specialized in applications. Reduced flames. Oh, Flame of Rebirth down by 12 seconds. Interesting. Okay. Trevor, good to glad to have you. In bed, it's like 6 p.m. here. That was a most suitable vessel. Oh, I'm feeling a little bit better. It was just food poisoning. It comes and goes quick. Thank you though for caring and thinking about me. Oh yeah. I definitely can see that. I made that mistake the first time through crit. Oh, dude, Jade, I totally see the Raiden Shogun Weekly Boss in Genshin. Yeah.
Well, enjoy your nap.
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right, the hole.
We'll find you a healer.
Here? No, you won't. I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... think again.
Why do you deny your fate, your purpose?
Sid.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
Clive. For so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well, a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
Don't do this!
The rest is in your hands. The crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free.
Stop. Please.
I can think of none better than you.
Nile. So this is how you would waste your will. Perhaps it is time you learn. Your place in this grand scheme.
In ashen grip, let ember glow to kindle flames anew.
And Joshua to the rescue! This is gonna go some places.
I'm sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner. Do you remember me, boy? I saw you protect them. That was very brave. I know you're there, Ultima.
Oh. You have learned our name. What else have you learned, Phoenix?
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
Breath of mine ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
We'll leave. My brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
Oh, sweet.
These flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
Joshua.
So sweet.
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am?
Just try and get to my brother now. Fiend.
Yep, I knew it. Breaking that did cause. The Ifrit and Phoenix theme rune, it kind of sounds a lot like Oblivion and Torn from the Heavens and Maker's Ruin, or like Maker's Ruin all mixed together. Plus other stuff. No. Of course. God damn it, Hugo.
You hurt me! He must be here. Must! Can't fail Lord Cook again! Find Sid! Or we're all fucking dead! Sid, help us! Where is he? You'll do! Bastard!
Gab, we've got to go!
Not without this!
Sid is not among the dead.
Almacians.
Shall I send a Stolas?
That won't be necessary.
Titan.
Fuck me! Where the hell are you, Sid? Where the hell are you?
Oh man, 16 is not afraid to hold punches back. Or afraid to not hold its punch back. Or, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Capital, yeah. Kosnis, the Namekian Republic.
The finest silks from the master weavers of Randalar. Come, come, feel its softness.
Chocobo
Make a nice
steaks,
gift for your
chocobo
wife.
sausage, all from greens-fed farm birds. None of the old courses you'll find elsewhere. Here, take a bite.
Oh, we're long way from the ending, Tracy.
I've got peppers
like
and
I said,
peas,
it was never not
beans
going to
and
be dark
beets. If it goes in a
on the
pot,
way there.
I've got the lot.
Calmatives, curatives, restoratives,
Look all you like, sir.
ointments, poultices.
It's all fresh.
Calmatives,
Picked this very
curatives,
morning.
restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives. Unguents, ointments, poultices. Might I interest you in a potion, milady? Perhaps a soothing salve to ease the aches of the road? I'm sorry. I wish you well, but may the mothers guide you. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives. Unguents, ointments, poultices. Calmatives,
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Issa. This feels like I just finished Act 1. Five years later. Holy moly! Oh man, we jumped Year of the Realm 878. Okay. I knew we were gonna have a time jump at some point for Clive.
To see
but
you, Sid.
He took on Sid's name.
What have we learned?
His role. And he got his brand removed.
The bearers are locked
They always
up
told
in
us
an
there
old
was gonna be two
courthouse
time
on the edge of
jumps.
town. And I hardly need tell you who is there to make sure they stay that way.
Kupka's private guard.
It's a trap. And not a very good one at that.
Another? What does he hope to gain from this?
I'll have the captives free before nightfall.
You do nothing of the sort. Our comrades didn't give their lives for you to get your throat slit in a god's forsaken slum.
So those in the courthouse should be left to suffer.
That's not what I said. I simply meant it doesn't have to be you who frees them. Damn it all. You're as stubborn as the old Cid was. Just don't say I didn't warn you. You're Cid now, and if anything happens to him, we're finished.
Cool. Thanks, Isa. And also, yeah, of course I know what Genshin is, Rune. I played a lot of Genshin. I have like a C6 Zhongli. I didn't pay a lot for Genshin, but honestly, if I hadn't started a 14 lore channel, I would have started a Genshin lore channel.
Please, we don't know anything. You have to believe us. We'd help you if we could.
But you're helping us already.
Forgive him, my lord. He did not mean to offend.
Quiet, you!
No sign of Hugo.
I'll wager he thinks as highly of his minions' traps as we do.
Then this should be easy.
Don't hurt us. I beg of you.
Quiet means quiet, branded scum.
Let's kick some ass.
It's going to be all right. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
It's him, the outlaw. Sid's here.
Come on. Go! Summon the others! The bearers?
Safe.
Let's kick some ass. I've assumed the proportion of Icon Ramuh's essence. Attuning with Ramuh not only changes the elemental aspect of Clyde's magic spells, but also allows the several new iconic abilities such as Thunderstorm, which rains 11 bolts on nearby allies, knocking them back. Blind Justice can be used to launch a barrage of... Oh my god, it's literally the fucking lock system from Birth by Sleep. Shot lock commands.
Cid dies here!
That's gonna take some getting used to.
Outlaw's in here! Bring me his head!
How many are there? Titan sends his regards.
Stay down!
Enough of this! Let him play with the kitten.
Oh my god, Crape, that'd be funny.
They brought a pet.
You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
Those things are fast.
We'll have to be faster.
That one's on a bit of a delay. Not my fault that.
Nice try.
Fool!
Level up. So when do I face a behemoth?
To hell with this!
They've already referenced curls a little bit in the lore and stuff, so we're definitely going to see more of them.
They'll tell Hugo.
Let them. There's been more than enough bloodshed for one day.
Murderer. All of our friends are dead because of you. Do you hear me? They used us as bait. Bait to lure you out of your stinking hole, all because you couldn't just let things be.
What are you even doing here? We never asked to be saved. Did you think we'd thank you? They'll never forgive us. We're all marked now.
For 5 years we fought to secure a better life for our kind. To see that we are treated as equals. Do you not want that?
What we want is to be left alone. Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer.
It's all right. I'm sorry.
Just leave us be. This is our home, and this is where we'll stay.
Sid told us this wouldn't be easy. They'll come round.
Can do, Isa.
If you say so.
We should go.
Dude, figuring out the flow of how Ramuh's gonna fit into all this is gonna be interesting. Because I'm so used to like constantly flowing, but he actually like stops as pauses in his kit. Well, if you want to try again, Raven, feel free. Okay, so I can't go to anywhere in here. I wonder how much the world has changed because of the lack of the crystal. Elude, dominance. The hideaway. Amongst the unfading remnants of ambitious long forgotten, do Clive and his companions forge a path to a better tomorrow. Like I said, it was always going to get worse before it got better. Bennuire, Central Storm.
That night 5 years ago, we destroyed what for many was a symbol of hope. For a reason they'll never know. We cannot blame them for thinking us the cause of their misery. Though it's to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals. That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Rides over, lovebirds. Home, sweet home.
Dude, that wolf howl has been used in things for so long. Oh, so that's what the airships look. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, dude, wait. Are we gonna at some point get to actually take off in the hideaway? Oh, please tell me. I mean, it's such a trope, right? Like the airship at some point in the... Oh. Okay. That is all. My father got me homemade Rice Krispie treats. Aw, that's cute, Raven.
Otto was asking after you. Let's go and see him.
Never a dull moment.
Welcome back, Sid. Finish with that log, so...
I remember that wolf howl got used in like the 90s all the time. Buffy, the Animorphs show. What was that show in the 90s with guy, like the main character was a guy who turned into a werewolf. It was kind of like a Buffy knockoff. What was that show?
It's Sid.
Staying on this time.
Love the new music.
As hither yon dance autumn winds atop the rotten pier. Of Sid's return the faithful sing across the blighted mere.
Mere is an old-timey word for like lake or...
Have we any more?
I like that. I really like our terms. This is a good.
I don't know. Perhaps I should just have Blackthorn make me.
Hey, Karen.
What can I do for you?
How's it really been 5 years? Has it really been 5 years since we left the old
I
place?
remember it like it was yesterday.
We were all waiting to treat Sid to hero's welcome, and Kuka's lot turned up. Not that we knew it was them. They just poured in like a plague of rats, cutting down anyone and anything that stood in their way. Blood and bodies everywhere there was. and a voice crying out for Cid to save us in the midst of it all. I'll never forget those
You're our
cries
leader
driving
now,
me mad.
Clive.
Promise me you won't let anything like that happen again. Promise me that come what may, Cid will save us.
Well, you won't hear me complaining.
That's even roomier than the old one was. Got my own stores, my own little counter. Thanks to you lot fighting the good fight, plenty
The
of
only
demand for my
drawback-
wares. The constant bloody racket. If it's not Doris and Otto's barking their orders, it's Blackthorn and Barda
Still-
banging away day and night. If a pain in the eye holds the price I have to pay to be Cid the Outlaw's partner in crime, I'd say I got myself a bargain.
Coin purse weighing you down.
Bolt tassels. Increase limit break generation amount by 6% when taking damage. Increase limit break generation amount when dealing damage. Automatically charges magic spells. And maintains the charge until cast. That's potentially very interesting. Ooh, an elixir. Instantly restores all HP. Ooh, 20. Okay, that costs
You're
a lot.
rubbing me blind, you know. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much
Clive,
bothered either way.
You're back. You didn't happen to run out of potions while you're away, did you? We've a fine selection of tonics and tinctures. Perhaps you'd be interested in some new accoutrement.
Accoutrement?
Gear.
Oh, goats. Night, Tracy! I've been playing so much Wolfcliff lately, been a big update. Nice. Nice, Raven.
Clive. You've forgotten already? Because I haven't.
It was a right pain in the arse getting this place into shape, especially with the mess we were in. Not that it was anything new for those of us who put the old hideaway together. That don't mean I intend on doing it again.
Things here ain't too bad.
I suppose I've got a decent hammer, a decent anvil, an apprentice that knows his hammer from his cock. Oh, and the furnace is all right and all, thanks to old Sid's bellows. The gods only know how I'd keep the coals hot enough out here on the mere without them. Not with them bloody crystals, that's for sure. I reckon you won't find a forge like this one anywhere else in the Twins. I count myself lucky to work in it. Thanks for keeping me on. Need anything, you give us a shout.
What do you want?
$11 bolts.
Should last you a good while.
None of that.
That it?
Nope. Literally, all the crafted stuff is just worse than what I have. I feel like I wish that the crafting system had a little bit more to it that made it, like, enticing to engage with. Maybe it will at some point.
Look, Sid. Squeaks wants to meet you. I can keep him, can't I?
Well, how's...
Can't I?
Jack, amateur twitcher.
This plank will have to...
Aren't we all just amateur twitcher? So when an NPC mentions Tet and Crow when you read their entry, it resonates with me what that NPC says. I will make sure to keep an eye on it.
Much was lost when the first hideaway fell. Colleagues and friends. Years of hard work. But we did not let that loss defeat us. And our work will not be in vain. No. The spirits of our fallen comrades live on in every leaf and limb you see here.
I'll keep an eye on that room. Foundation of Valistea Botany. Warble tendrils. After excising from the trunk, dry for 3 to 5 turns of the sun until brittle to the touch. Grind in mortar and add to warm curl milk to remedy gout, melancholy, and moon sickness. Caution recommended when harvesting, as the host may grow disquieted. Experimental records. Bomiel, head botanist. Mix equal parts first-rate vineyard humus from Gautland's bales with deadland soil. Of the 6 cuttings planted therein, 2 survived to flower, only to wither and die within a senate. Senite. I don't even know what a senite is. Even amalgamated with the finest imperial loam, the blighted earth is still affecting a nutritional deficiency. It might be remedied with some further source of nourishment, saltpeter or potash, or the dung of a racing chocobo. This shall be the subject of my next round of experiments. So I love that in the background people are constantly trying to. Interesting, dark crystals in there. Trying to make it so the blighted soil can be used again.
Have they bloomed at all?
Nearly half the crates were lost.
An imperial bearer Tordalev Sid the Outlaw. In truth, however, he is something much more. Not only the firstborn of Archduke of Rosaria, but also the dominant Ifrit, with the ability to absorb the powers of other icons. In the 5 years since the fall of Drake's head and the death of his mentor, he and Jill have tried to continue Sid's legacy, the light of Ramu forever in his heart. Obolus, an old friend of Otto's from his merchant seaman days, now serving as a ferryman between the shores of Benmuir and Clive's hideaway. Knowing him to be a trustworthy and tight-lipped fellow, Otto invited him to join their cause after Sid's death, that he and his trusty skiff might help them build and operate their new hideaway in the lake. The hideaway, established under the leadership of Clive Rossfield, who took on the title of Cid after his former leader's passing, and Titan's destruction of the old hideaway. Here, a community of like-minded individuals from across the realm have gathered to build a place where people can live and die on their own terms. Like its predecessor, it is built within a fallen ruins deep within the deadlands of Central Storm. Decidedly unlike its predecessor, however, it is located in the center of a lake, Benmuir, across whose waters any invading enemy can easily be spotted long before their arrival. It's interesting because the lake waters don't seem as blighted as the rest of the land. Usually the waters turn black.
Charlie says I can't go and play until I finish my songs.
Oh, Ray! Good to glad to have you, and thank you.
Hurry up and finish them! We need 3 for curling geese.
Like, yeah. I'm assuming, I mean, obviously it's archaic. I wonder if it's, like, archaic to a very specific point in time, like, somewhere between, like, the 16th and 18th century.
Sid, what's the special?
The Lawsman says I can borrow as many books as I can carry. This was all I could carry.
Oh, it's such a throwaway line, but I love it.
Good day to you, Sid.
Oh, Harpocrates, where art thou? Wall of memory. Or it's probably back down up there. The wall of memories.
Lady Tyre is performing a delicate operation and must not be disturbed.
Ah, there you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sent his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her
Hippocrates'
reasons.
daughter? Dude, is that a hunt board? And also, my buddy, Nectar! You're wondering what the new board is behind me, aren't you? All in good time, my furless friend. All in good time, Kuho.
I'd...
Vivian.
Trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One more same of you. Vivian Ninetails.
I'll have you know
Vivian
that only 4
Ninetails.
attempts have been made on my life. and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sanbreque's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sanbrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dhalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yara. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was adequate.
Okay, so here we go.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
And how may I assist you today? What is it that you wish to learn?
By speaking with Vivian in the hideaway map room, Clive can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current goings-on of Valistea, revisit any of the Ninetales past lessons, or take deeper looks into the relationship between those individuals and Clive.
Here's the latest information I have.
See, here's why I like this system. Because this system feels like it is helpful if you forget or want to deepen your knowledge, but isn't fundamental to make sense of everything that's going on. And then, okay, we can shift through time too. Night of Flames, going to different key events. Sid's ally, dominant of Ifrit, deserter. Sid's the outlaw. Present day. I'm assuming that'll continue to go further out. Okay, so they go black if they're thought to be deceased. Otherworldly being that Clive encountered in the inner sanctum of Drake's head. He addressed Clive as Mythos before attempting to merge their consciousness. However, Clive was able to summon the will to resist the creature before Joshua returned from the dead to imprison it in a cage of flame that he sealed away in his own heart. Interesting that they have a heart connection, but her and Barnabas don't. King of Waloed, the dominant of Odin, the warden of darkness in the Battle of Benelis Tor, he not only took personal command of the royal army, but rode into the fray himself, galloping through the air atop his six-legged steed and goading Bahamut into a duel that shook the skies. Commander, the Kingdom of Waloed. Well, interesting that the Lord Commander Army Sea Company's liege from... Yeah, the last time we saw him was at Fort Zintra. We haven't really encountered him whatsoever. Current day. We haven't seen a lot. Dominant the Phoenix. Dominant the Phoenix and former heir to the ducal throne, Joshua was thought to have died at the hands of the second Icon of Fire during the disaster of Phoenix Gate. However, he is very much alive, traveling the realm even now. His true identity is hidden by a heavy cowl and an assumed name, that of Lord Margrace.
One must understand one's place in the world.
You can view a detailed overview of current past events relevant to Clive's story that you updates as you progress through the main scenario. Massacre at Eastwood. Wow, man, they put a lot of fucking effort into this.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Honestly, weirdly enough, and 14 could almost benefit from something more like that. It says 15th century. That's one with the cool lore thing. Yeah, the way she did lore thing is cool too. Yep. Shinra thing. I thought it was interesting Sylvester not only conquered the Dominion, but abandoned his capital to just permanently move there. Well, did they tell us that yet, Rune? I don't think they said that, unless that's in here.
Here for another of my lectures.
Please be careful with.
What is it that you wish to learn?
Maybe if we read his thing, it says that. Emperor of the Holy Empire Sanbreque, who won his throne at least partially by the virtue of his son. No.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Please be careful with that.
All operations.
I mean, it also but that would make sense because there's no they're not being the crystals being their in some way seat of power. I love how those Trivial Pursuit pieces expand. I love how you can see those two thingies for every chapter of the game. Yeah. Stage replay. What stages do we still have access to? Kaer Norvent, the Eye of the Tempest, King's Fall. Okay. Arcade mode. Level consumer state, iconic those liking. Do you get rewards for finishing these at all? Or is it just for the sake of it?
Does that one have blood on it? Have you been to the toll? I hear a new ship.
Haven't done them yet? Wall of Memories. Created the day Clive pledges allegiance to Sid, this crystal shard, transfixed with twin daggers, a powerful reminder of a promise made, a friendship forged, and a legacy inherited. Interesting, you get mementos over time. It's so funny that literally, like, everything they showed off set for this game, not everything, because, for instance, I know they showed that Panther fight, I think, at one point somewhere, but, like, the vast majority of things shown for this game come from, like, everything before you ever go to the second hideout. There's no reward. Thank you, Rune. There's Harpocrates.
Lawsman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
On Gods and Men. A heavy leather-bound tome containing the findings of one Anaximander of Navier, a renowned theologian who spent most of his life chronicling Valstia's diverse religious history. Why have we been able to learn so little about Gregor so far?
Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same. But alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you.
I'm sorry, I missed that for a second. What was he looking for?
It is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind.
It's weird that they didn't include...
There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
What?
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon.
Books on the creature you...
I should
Oh,
get some
on
rest
what's
while I
his
can.
face. Oh, yeah, okay. What Joshua called Ultima. Thanks, Rune. I think what I said was a currently available lore entry, my bad.
My
Currently as in right
is
now for you.
yours.
Ah, yeah, no worries. And I'm not... Look, I'm not too worried about something like that. I would much rather, like, be talking to you guys and hanging out while we do it. I just also... You know, like, I mean, you guys even foreshadowed some, like, exciting things coming up, and it was fine.
I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Level up my lore!
Now
Stance
this,
Encyclopedia.
I believe you will find most interesting.
Continental Accord. An international pact made at the dawn of the present era, in which such matters as treatment of bearers and the establishment of realm and currency were laid out. It formed the basis of much of Valstean society as it stands today, including the branding of bearers and their status as non-persons. It also put into place a universal calendar marking a symbolic fresh start for mankind, albeit one which put magic users at a crippling disadvantage. The Founder. Fear and uncertainty reigned in those early years, following the sins of Zemeckis. Not wanting to further incur the wrath of the heavens, the few who survived the fall took to wandering the land, spurning magic and staying to the shadows. Oh, okay, so kind of like what happened before Thermal Calamity. And so they lived for decades, and after the fall of Allag. Man, there's a lot of interesting parallels between Allag and the Fallen. One man, however, grew tired of this life, if it could be called that, and after bidding his companions farewell, climbed a grassy knoll. Overlooking a forest of beech and adder, here he gathered a pile of rubble and used it to build a humble shelter in which he spent the night. The next morning, however, instead of abandoning his work, as was his people's wont, he gathered more rocks, adding to the structure until the shelter became a shack. This he continued for days, weeks, until the shack had become a home. At first, those few wanderers who passed the knoll would shun him, cursing the man under their breaths for his hubris. But as his estate grew and one building became two, and two three, people began to slow their steps. It was not long before some took to joining him on that knoll, gathering stones, building new lives, new destinies. This they did without magics or machines, without boon or blessing. They relied on naught but their hands and their backs, their wills and each other. And slowly, house gave way to village, village to town, and town to nation. The man would one day die, as all men do, but those who remained continued his legacy, expanded upon it, and though his name was eventually forgotten, his spirit lives on to this day in the hearts of all Eorzean. Legend of the Founder, Moss the Crop.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Said the outlaw, leader of the faction believed responsible for the shattering of Drake's head in 873. With a single act of infamy, Sid's name quickly spread to the four corners of Alstea and beyond. I would have loved to almost like hear, like, experience the history from the perspective of the like Empire. Like if they had released like a small like little, I don't know, pamphlet about some of the events that, I mean, there's no way to do that. That wouldn't be spoiler. It's just spoilers. But I'm just like, imagine like thinking that like getting a very getting a misconstrued understanding of the action taken by like Clive and his crew, and then playing through this game being like, oh no, wait, they were the good guys all along. That'd be interesting. The scholar and strategist who makes her home in the Hideaway, analyzing every shred of information that comes in from the wider world in order to divine the dispositions of the realm's armies and those who lead them. She offers her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. The moniker Ninetales, of which she herself is fond, was gifted her by her fellow scholars in recognition of her ability to speak at length on almost any subject. a friend of Sid's and later Clive's, who keeps an ever-attentive vigil on the comings and goings in Dhalmekia from his hometown in Kosnis. Kosnis, a town located in the rugged northern reaches of the Dhalmekian Republic. Oh, so that's the one up, okay. Though it was once thriving a trading post, the coming of the Blight had served to both discourage travelers as well as drive off long-time residents. All that now remains are refugees fleeing from elsewhere, the black marketeers who prey upon them, and barely enough soldiers to keep the peace. Or rather, to pretend to when they are not being bribed to look the other way. It's interesting that Rosaria, they didn't show Rosaria as part of the Dominion. I wonder if it's like rebelling or something. The fall of the Hideaway. An assault by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, and his private guard on the first hideaway of Sid the Outlaw in the year 873. The safe haven established amongst forgotten ruins, long consumed by the Blight, was entirely destroyed, and many of Sid's collaborators and bearers they had freed from servitude were slain. Wait, is that how much it is before it's full? Like, this is the thing I find wild, is like, it's like, I feel like I have a lot of the game left, but I have so few creatures left to see for combat, which worries me. Odin, the Warden of Darkness who rides into battle atop a spectral steed and whose black blade is said to be sharp enough to split the very seas in twain. His latest dominant, King Barnabas of Waloed. Typhon, seemingly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drake's head, Ultima emerged from a tear in reality wearing the skin of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds, wherein the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. Bahamut, the Warden of Light whose power dwells within Dion Lesiage, Prince of Sanbreque. In the Holy Empire, the Gregarian faithful hold dragons to be sacred creatures, and Bahamut the most sacred of them all. Because of this, as well as the protection it grants them, the icon is loved and revered by the imperial populace. Chirata, an ethereal conjuration summoned forth by Benedicta Harmon when Clive encountered the dominant of Wind near the Lost Wing. Despite their size, the creature heftily feathered wings did not seem to hamper its movements, which was disconcertingly nimble. More so than the speed, though, it was Chirata's array of powerful magics that set it apart from lesser foes. Sparna, same thing. Different. A fire-aspected icon first emerged in the year 860 when Imperial forces attacked the Rosarian stronghold of Phoenix Gate. It's been 18 years now since then. Clad in infernal flames, the fiendish creature flung itself against the Phoenix, overpowering the icon with a strength and ferocity never seen before. Its reappearance was to usher in a second coming, shocking revelation that its dominant was none other than Clive Rossfield. So Clive's now 33, because he was 15, and then 13 years, so 28, and then now 5 years, so 33. Warden of Thunder, whose power most likely awakened with Adolphus Tailmun, dominance of the icon most often emerge among descendants of the Motes of Thunder, a tribe who once dwelled in the lands of Central Ash, lands that the kingdom of Waloed now lay claim to. They happen in parts due to the tribe's comparatively advanced learning. Ramu is associated with wisdom and judgment to this day. Warden of the Wind, whose Benedicta transformed to during her ill-fated flight from the Empire. It takes the form of a fearful harpy, summoning storms and tearing into the flesh of its prey with hawk-like talons. Its dominant is most often born among the descendants of the Motes of Wind, an ancient tribe that once dwelled in the lands spanning the Strait of Autha, but is now the Crystalline Dominion. Interesting. Still haven't seen orcs yet. Ooh, Iron Giant, I want to read about that. Oversized suits of armor animated by lost fallen magics. Deceptively swift despite their size, they wield both sword and shield skillfully and effectively, while the otherworldly plate which surrounds their vulnerable cores provides them with a nigh-impenetrable defense. Bombs. Floating masses of self-contained flame found across both storm and ash. These creatures lack the flesh with which we associate with typical fauna, leading scholars of the natural world to posit that they are not descended of any beast, but rather ungodly creations of the fallen. By suppressing their internal furnaces, bombs can allow their bodies to cool and harden until appearing not more than simple stones, unworthy of remark. It is in this form that they hunt their prey, waiting until an unfortunate soul has stumbled upon their place of rest before rising from the ground to spew forth fiery gouts of death. Oddly, should the prey fight back, the bomb will not flee, but rather combust spontaneously, sacrificing its own life to save the flock. Enormous creatures with nigh-impenetrable and oddly fertile shells that play host to diverse flora that provide the painfully conspicuous reptile with much-needed camouflage in the bogs and fens they call their homes. At a glance, these lumbering giants may not appear much of a threat, but at first sign of danger, they will retract their heads and limbs and whip themselves into a frenetic spin. They've been known to flatten an entire home. Okay, Mysteries of the Realm. Also kind of sucks I'm writing a book very slowly. It has a blight and it acts very similar to this one. It makes me want to rewrite the whole thing. Oh, that sucks, Rune. Just remember, like Final Fantasy has proved this time and time again, it's not always about coming up with brand new ideas. The Fallen, for instance, is no different than Alag, no different than the, you know, science, you know, fall. That idea of a fallen civilization, right, is not new. But how you execute it is what matters, for instance. So, Heart of the Mother Crystal. A brightly shining convolution of the shard that sits at the center of each Mother Crystal. When a heart shatters, so too does the mountain around it. Since time immemorial, sanctuaries have been built around these hearts for the worship and protection of these irreplaceable treasures. Crystal. One of the most valuable materials known to mankind, thanks to its ability to channel ambient aether from the air, allowing those without an innate power to do so to cast magics. And as most Valistea cannot live without magic, its supply and distribution is heavily regulated by governments across the Twins. The penalties for illicit trade in crystals are severe, which demand far outstripping supply. Many still dabble in black market. It's interesting. I have to wonder though if since Drake's head was destroyed, if there's now a lot of extra crystals around. Some dominants have the ability to call upon part of their icon's power to summon a ward, a nigh-impervious barrier that no magic nor matter can cross. However, its maintenance requires a continuous channeling of aether through the summoner's flesh, taking a heavy toll upon them. The larger the barrier, the greater the burden. Ethereal tolerance. Oh, here we go. Some animals, including chocobos, also have a natural resistance to the effect of aether, but one of the many reasons why the birds are so beloved across the Twins. Okay, so Torgal is one of the types of animals that has protections against that. Inner Sanctum. Sacred chambers in which the hearts of the Mother Crystal are enshrined, believed to have been created before the time of the Fallen. Interesting, which means the crystals have been upon the world before the Fallen fell. They retain a portentous air even now, long after mankind has forgotten their significance. Beasts. Animals whose evolution have been warped by exposure to aether, some gaining the ability to cast magics. Unlike bears, however, they seem to have developed little ethereal tolerance, so it's not uncommon to encounter Akashic beasts in the vicinity of aether floods. Wild beasts are sometimes tamed by humans for use in warfare, the soldiers of Sanbreque having a particular fondness for those descendants of ancient dragons. Mythos. The name by which Ultima addresses Clive. It appears to be his title for the vessel for limitless power that he means to make of the young Lord Marquis. But to what end he really requires such a thing, only Ultima knows. A name that the being known as Ultima gives to Clive. It appears to be synonymous with mythos. Vessel. Lay of the land, anything interesting. Hideaway, Valistea. A realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystals stand, timeless vigil. Timeless, that is, until Cid and his disciples command their campaign to bring each one, starting with Drake's head, crashing down, spreading chaos and confusion throughout the great cities and the nations of Valistea. We know that there's a southern continent of some kind, though. I wonder what's up with that. Okay, here's what I was curious. The territories of Rosaria. In the year 861, taking advantage of the discord arising from Rosaria's internal woes in the wake of Night of Flames, the Iron Blood launched an attack that had inflicted devastating losses on an already crippled nation, robbing it of what little power remained. Later the same year, Sanbreque stepped in and forced the once proud duchy to submit for one final humiliation by becoming a vassal state of the Empire, just as the Duchess Annabelle and her imperial conspirators had planned. In the year 873, Cid the Outlaw, among with certain of his allies, infiltrated the Sanbreque's capital of Oriflamme, bringing down its Mother Crystal in the daring and unprecedented attack. Investigations after the fact concluded that the infiltrators took advantage of the disturbance caused by the Aether Flood to gain entry to the Empire's holy sanctum. In the aftermath of the incident, Cid was declared a wanted man, and the faction he led a criminal enterprise to be hounded across all of Valistea. Interesting. Remember, Drake said it evaporated, not shattered, or vaporized more correctly, dissipated. Did it? Because we saw it crashing down, but it didn't necessarily seem like it was dissipating. I mean, clearly, I'm assuming that makes sense with what we know, and that makes sense that you're assuming that, or not even assuming that, but going with that was your understanding. Okay, yeah, I see. So it looks like the crystals were evaporating into the air, dissipating. Yeah. Interesting that that's the case. Interesting.
You are always welcome, Clive.
Why is the heart necessary for the crystal to remain even corporeal?
Not back a blink, and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with Scowl.
I'd had that for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget,
So
a
it's not
rider
burned.
was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Not a stolus. All right. I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
Presumably, Rune. There's a couple possibilities there, though. Even if the Aether returns to the land, it's possible that the blighted
Gav have
regions
thought
are
worthy of a letter?
not just about whether or not they have access to Aether, but like could take time to heal even if the Aether itself returns to the land. You know. Go back and talk to Harbach.
Perhaps I should just...
How good it is to see you, Clive. Look around you.
While it's a far cry from the Imperial Library in Oriflame, in 5 short years we have amassed more volumes than most men or women might have hoped to see in their lifetime. No longer are the tales they contain hidden away from all but the privileged. We have liberated them, that they may fill the minds of all who hunger for knowledge. There is much more out there and as long as I draw breath, I shall continue to gather what I can. One day, a chronicler of your own adventures might even grace these shelves, or failing that, the floor. Oh, there we use Tet and Crow, that's what you're talking about.
I still remember.
The day when I first met Tet and Crow, chasing their father about the hideaway one moment, clinging to their mother's Kittle the next. The twins' love for their parents was something to behold, so fierce and pure. When they passed, I feared the void they left in the children's lives could never be filled. Neither spoke nor smiled for years, hiding themselves away here in the shelves to bury their sorrows.
And thank goodness they did.
For I believe that the stories proved a welcome distraction, as over time their pain faded, and now they laugh and frolic as they once did, not with more vigor. They remind us that no matter how deep our wounds, we all have the capacity to heal. That happiness lost may be found again.
It has been difficult, certainly.
When Titan visited his wrath upon us on that dreadful night, we lost much. He robbed us not only of our home and our loved ones, but of that which Sid had fought fiercest to preserve, our hope. Hope that we might never have found again had you not taken his name and
Had
become our
you
light
not
in
let
his
us hear.
darkness. To Benmure and the Invincible. Oh my god, it's called the Invincible? Oh my god. Where among the ghosts of the fallen our journey can continue. Here, in the belly of a Leviathan, untouched by the passing of 1,000 years, does our hope burn brighter than ever, and here may it burn for 1,000 more. So what was it about Tet and Crow? Was it the idea of books having the power to heal, or that being able to space to heal? Mithril, mineral most mighty. Mithril is a material of both passing hardness and luster, and it is these two qualities for which it is valued by the weapon and armor smiths of the realm. However, there's a third quality of mithril that sets it apart from steel or shell, its durance. While even the finest steel may be melted by dragon's fire, become brittle in frigid climes, or turn to rust if not regularly and brightly oiled, mithril is once made eternally unchanging. In this volume, I will explain how one might go about making and shaping and employing mithril in one's work. Yeah, the second half of it. Yeah, I definitely agree with that and connect with that. There's I don't know if you've ever read it, Rune, but there's a sort of essay by Tolkien called The Flight of the Prisoner.
Once the hall's swept.
Twins were the children from the cutscene before. They meant their lord. Yeah. I caught that was the kids from before. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check out the reading desk upon the returning to the hideaway. This is where the game's going to start to open up, I assume. Republic play. The Republican army marches on the Empire at Twin Sides, and the man of the Rook have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. Gav.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kuka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance. The one we've been waiting for.
And for the crystal in Dalmec.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We are trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
Ooh. Meanwhile, Northern Territory.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the Blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
gathering storm.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
If something has happened to Martha, we need to speak to her.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should help speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
Everything available? Any quests other than that one? I do have quests here, it says. Okay, pick that one up on the way out.
Clive, is everything all right?
Again!
I should actually check. Remove. So we still got Titan, whatever the water one is. I assume Titan probably is next. We also have Odin. Interesting. I would have thought that, like, you know, light and dark would have been some way mirrored. Well, wait. Fire, wind. Not really. It's not mirrored in terms of the order for the chart from 14. Okay, let's see what are the abilities. Ball lightning that when struck creates a localized burst of lightning. Pile driver's the only one that I can get. Lightning strikes. Pile driver's pretty good. I mean, honestly, Judgment Bolt's probably would have swap out for the second ability. Don't really care for the pause in action that Thunderstorm gives me. Did I put 1,000 into? Yeah, I did. Okay. There we go. Sweet. Oh, I almost have enough for prison bolt. Or I could get another limit break bar.
Sid?
Damn blighted bilge.
Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium,
the black isn't the lake.
That slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts.
They keep referencing that.
Pitch might stave off the rock for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
What's the green? Is that... It's pea?
Never been to Curl.
Brown, there's some on. Well, I can work later. Ah, here we go. Great. What's up? The game baited me. Oh no. Thought you was going one direction and ended up going another direction. Wait, interesting. Would it let me... Oh, I guess, right. It's still in the same area, so it could always just... Actually, can I go all the way to the... Right, we haven't even gone down here, so in theory... Yeah, I'm assuming.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. Trees don't have teeth.
Sticky substance found in the picture of carnivorous plants which thrive in Eorzean lowland.
I can't imagine Obolus needing any more than this. Time to head home.
Farewell.
is that enough to get it? Massive damage to a single target. Oh, cool. So that's also a single target one, which is going to be perfect. What I wanted for, since I wanted it to be Nope, that's still blocked off.
We're not alone.
I wonder if the reason that it's misty like that is because like game state has shifted, or if it's just like one of the weather effects that come out.
Enough.
So it's scripted. Okay. There we go. Now we're at. Also, I might grab like Garuda's one for breaking with stagger and throw that on Ramu as well. Just you have Ramu be like my heavy hit one. Just a little bit of overkill for the bee. Not a good sound.
Soldiers from the garrison just stormed in unannounced and started smashing up the place.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Imperials. If they are... Let's get you to a physical, John.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials descended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey, sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
What are you after? I wanted one of those. A fair trade. Is that everything? I wanted one of those.
I feel like I get so many like supplies. Like there has to be some other uses.
Is that everything?
Right?
A fair trade. Take care out there, eh?
Oi, look sharp!
Eh? What?
Just one moment. Okie dokie dokie.
Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this along.
So this is by far and away the Final Fantasy with the most important sin in it. Like both like the character and also the mantle. I have not given you
After
this
it.
in a while. Oh, a treat! It's like when I give Deadpool a treat for you guys. Okay. Break the beam.
Look.
I feel like
up ahead.
Martha.
Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers?
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one order of shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Rune or crypt? And what I'm sure if I looked it up when I could read it, but the orbs that get left on them, do those only get detonated by remove abilities? Is that how that works, or if you use any ability, just detonate the orbs that you hit them with circles?
You're finished.
Make sure to try some stuff out then.
Company. Okay, it seems to be detonated by the... But maybe it just got rid of it after detonating it. Let's go ahead and read it. I'm sure it'll tell me. Launch a barrage of ball lightning at one more enemy. Targets are determined by locking onto them before executing the ability. Ball lightning will afflict itself to a target and can cause discharge, dealing additional damage if the target is attacked. Oh, so the target is attacked. So as long as the target's attacked, it counts. Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long. Is that all of them?
I think so.
Okay, no, that green thing is a new thing. What is that? XP. Oh, hey, look, it's the same XP symbol as 14. Ability points. Skill. Green stuff.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Give me 1 second to look. Will it be explained to me in the story? Otherwise, because I saw I also get it from doing the other quest I'm on. Give me 1 second to try and find it. Oh, those are quests. Next time you're in the hideout. Okay, yeah, I'll find out then, naturally. Much obliged for asking, Crepe.
Found her.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg his aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid! Where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Yeah, Raven. Although I have to say, like, honestly, it's about as dark as I expected. They chose the M rating not just so they could have characters say fuck, but so that they could have them, you know, the themes, elements, and things like this be as dark as they wanted. And, you know, it's the heft of you know, it's supposed to have heft, right? The loss, the sacrifices. Maybe either I don't want to say I'm jaded. I'm definitely not cynical. But I think I was definitely prepared for the level of sorrow that was going to be involved. Is that an Ahriman? That is an Ahriman. Okay. Okay, have a good one, Crepe. See you next stream. If you don't catch up to me again, have fun with the next pair. Definitely, Crepe. Honestly, I may even consider ending early just to make sure I don't get too far ahead of people and make sure that people can check in. But either way, thanks for joining in, man. I really appreciate it. Every now and then, Cloud may encounter creatures larger, faster, more ferocious than most. While fight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade systems.
Do you think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Oh boy.
Yeah. To me, flames.
Man, I'm still getting used to having Remove in the.
This one.
Oh, freaking Nick hit me. Oh, bullshit. Honestly, half the time removes. I feel like making me miss dodges more than anything. Sounds good, Crepe. Also, thanks for the stream. Yeah, no worries. I've been so sadly. I'm sorry you're struggling, Raven. The website I post my art to has been down and no idea when they will reopen, so one of my outlets for depression is kind of gone. Well, I mean, like, it tends to want to try to focus on for like 14 or Final Fantasy stuff, but you're always welcome to post stuff in the screenshots and art, right, Raven? Like, I mean, as long as it's Final Fantasy related, you're good to go. Like, if you want to do some 16 art, as long as it's not spoilery. Like, if you wanted to draw Torgal or something. It's definitely important to have creative outlets. I know, like, for me, when making videos and putting them on YouTube are definitely a part of that for me.
That must be the bridge.
I wonder. So far, I'm really enjoying like my Garuda Ifrit or Phoenix stuff, and Ramu, a little bit mixed on. Maybe I'll get better at him over time. I'm curious in the long run if I will like what other ones I'm gonna hit. I love Titan from the Iconic demo because of like his the shield and guard stuff, and I love his like attacks. But also like the guard's weird because the guard you kind of have to choose between either guarding or dodging.
So
Yeah, I think that'd be good
thee
enough
of
for
thy
you.
burden, and bear it out to sea.
I do really love this. Isn't like I feel like an element that keeps
And
getting
now
brought
they
up,
are
but
truly free.
they really respect burial in this.
What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Man, I just want to have Clive's outfit and just wear it. Just like normal clothes, just like what I wear. Gorgeous. I mean, hell, you could like even take off like the arm guard, like the gauntlets and stuff, and basically it's good to go. Like, you take off the like leg guards. Oh, beautiful. Killed everything between here and there, so might as well just tilt.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
No one survived then?
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget,
Revolution!
a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Yeah, Raven, you can always just message me or Ray Ray. Level up. And there's the first plus quest. Oh, I'm sad that they're pluses instead of like a different color.
Oi! You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet
Chocobo?
you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday.
Oh wait, is it gonna be our Chocobo from childhood?
They were too. And now, they're back. Looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
I hope I called it.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
Quest accepted.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
That's her plumage was white. I feel like I'm gonna be. There's a good chance I'm gonna be so wrong, but I feel like that was like the obvious thing is if she was.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Oh,
Speaking of
interesting. Interesting they said Ambrosia
like
was one of a kind. Because I swear to God we saw another white chocobo in the stables when we were at the beginning of the game.
Give me thunder!
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Show me the other side.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin.
I know,
to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
God, I hate how delayed the ruse stuff is. It's all about keeping distance.
This one.
Gotcha.
It is her! White Heart, I presume. Do you know her, boy? That scar. It couldn't be. Ambrosia.
In 18 years. That's
It is you. You survived.
Boy and his bird.
And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! He isn't over! I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Chocobo saddle? Chocobo saddle! Little eye patch! Ah! It's got a fucking little chocobo eye
Doesn't
patch!
she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, a few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. when those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you? No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
The white-winged wonder. It has a quote from her. Quay. Chocobo unlocked. The best unlock. After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosian. Oh, that's super easy. Yeehaw!
Faster! Nice try.
Okay, I guess one nice thing about the relatively limited selection of enemies is that at least it's a lot easier to like have their movesets down. Quay indeed, Ray. Quay indeed. What a quote. It encapsulates the human condition and the chocobo condition. Okay, so I believe we need to head back to the hideout. Quests? No. Well, let's turn it in. Okay, at some point I'm gonna have to figure out food.
Where's Gav?
Gav should be back by now.
I hope very badly that even if they don't continue to use this combat system in future Final Fantasies, that they either make some sort of spin-off Final Fantasy with this, or a 16-2, or I don't care what, but like, I love this combat system, and I want to see like them do even more with it.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as my old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Cock and ball. Wow. Just add torture and you have CBT. Badge of might. Oh, interesting. Badge of light +1s. There are +1s. I wonder if you'll be able to upgrade those then at Geralt's at some point.
Finish with that log so we can call it.
Yo, Ray, are you around? Once we do 16, I want to make sure we get to that cooking stream, and I was wondering if there are days that you have around that you're best, since you provided so much of the resources for that. Don't want you to miss it.
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sanbreque. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals.
But in what order?
4 Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed.
Spine.
And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
Yep,
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rosfield.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the 7 High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
And Ray, what afternoon? What times? Like, are you EST? Are you Europe? Yeah, let's get some marks. Otto's counter is now open. I'm thinking we're probably going to prioritize a lot of side content for the rest of tonight. That way we can, again, let other people get ahead in story. So if they want to check in, we won't be ahead. Also, I just love doing the side content. I like the combat and stuff. I just want more reasons to do the combat.
Boy, What are we waiting for, indeed?
Music, reading table, wall of money. There's a quest over the backyard. We gotta make sure that up.
I think it's alright.
No, look at the kitty Torgal.
I don't know. You go first.
Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person. If every day we spend together, it feels as though we must suffer another two apart. I'm gladdened to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia, or should I say, Whiteheart. You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you that night at Phoenix Gate, and here, so many years later, we find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing, defending others. Some things never change, do they, Cloud? Jill. Oh no, I have Ambrose's track. I'm more or less EST. Illinois is permanently CBT now. Okay, I grew up in CST, so like oh, did they go permanent after the most recent daylights? Is that what happened? But cool. Okay, so afternoon almost any day. We'll make sure. It'll cooking stream probably won't be during one of the MSQs. So that would probably be Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, or Saturday. It'll be one of those days. Just, I mean, the lights off.
It won't be long now, Martel. Don't try your efforts. See, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
I love that Clive has like pensive looks and like slight
It'd be
smiles.
nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot.
He's not just stoic.
And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
He's grizzled, but he's a little stoic, but he's still also very expressive. I really like that. You don't usually kind of see tilt one way or another pretty hardcore. And maybe that's because it's harder to define like what a character is if they aren't such an archetype, you know? He seems like more fully rounded and human.
Did you come through the forge today?
Off limits, that means you. Doesn't look like there's anything new to forge. Oh, hello. I thought it was going to lead down there. I wasn't expecting it. I don't know how this ship could ever take off. Like, clearly it's ruins, but I swear, I feel like there's got to be a point where we have an airship, right? Right? Like, it's such a Final Fantasy trope.
I hear there's trouble in Eorzean.
This also airship design kind of reminds me of
That bruise is
I mean, it's very different, but just it makes me think of Revenant Wings, the sequel to 12. That was on the DS.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here, courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. And I'd sort that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
I really do appreciate that they're taking advantage of like using like very
so
low
lucky
key.
then.
This was exactly what I was talking about before with the quests. I was so curious, like the quests we were being given were like so small stakes, low key, and while they were good world building, they didn't seem that intriguing. But it feels like they're really taking advantage of them for moments like this, and I really appreciate that. And that's why you should always like it's worth giving time, because sometimes a thing, if you want something to be like deep, you have to let it be able to grow, right? And that means that it has to sometimes start in a small place. Ah, there you are, Kupo. I've been looking all
What's
over
the matter,
for you.
Nectar?
The matter is this, Kupo.
The hunt board. It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Kupo. I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help. As I need not remind you, Kupo, I am the mightiest of all Mughals. No fiend of the forest or ghoul of Greenswood can measure up to my strength. So I need you to slay them all, Kupo.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war, the last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Oh, thank you, Kupo. It's so good that you have found someone who understands me, Kupo. I'll stay here, then keep an eye on all the billets that get posted on the board. So if there's anything you need to know, Kupo, I'm your Moogle. Did you see that all the billets are marked with locations, Kupo? That's where the horrible horror in question was seen. But you can't be expected to memorize every last place name in the whole wide realm. You're only human, Kupo. So, if the place name doesn't tingle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witness statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. It's precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The Cursebreakers note down the details of any particularly dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties, Kupo, and post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in, Kupo. As for me, I have the most important duty of all, painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, Kupo, so that everyone can sleep at night and knowing that the realm is a safer place. What about your adventures? Did I ever tell you about the time I visited the Great Continent, Kupo?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Kupo. Look at these wings. Do they look like the sort that might carry a Moogle across countless leagues of open sea? They call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid, Kupo. So but that's another reference to the Great Continent, and I believe that one's to the south. Cursebreakers don't just tack any old rumors to this board, you know. They take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting all their hard work go to waste, Kupo. Don't you let them down. Did you see the Cursebreakers give every build the rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. But I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes the fearless heroes such as Clive will take up themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. The Angel of Death. Oh, interesting. So I don't have to pick them up. I just have to know where they figure out where they are. Okay. Trader coming by way of Caer Norvrent met with a troop of curse breakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes wild and flickering. Though the curse breakers saw nothing unword of their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept a brisk pace. Okay. Trader coming from by way of Caer Norvrent met with the troop of curse breakers traveling in the opposite direction. Okay. Reports have been received that a wild avis of striking size making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts have been made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to be fed. I hereby petition any brave soul. Okay, Broken Hilt and Rosaria by Eastpool, Clairview, and Sanbreque. Okay. Easy enough. Ah, here we go. Desiree.
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
Interesting.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Okay, green is renowned. Inspiring nameless benefactors from across the twin to donate money or items to cause, visiting Desiree. Okay. Meteorite. I mean, honestly, but Berserker ring. Interesting. Your merry band of outlaws and dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We've gathered together several items of worth that might continue your gallantry. Yeah, that's way better than the meteor.
All yours.
I'm sure there's got to be something with. Oh, I see. You don't spend it; it just builds up. Okay. Our order is one built on pride, but that does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again.
There you are.
I'm kind of sad that you don't spend it, and that it's kind of just you reach thresholds, but whatever.
All done?
The fact that meteorites are so limited in number and like you can only buy one per shot makes me think that there's got to be a value to them. But again, crafting it hasn't been a real need.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Always something in there.
How may I help you today, Clive? Business is busy.
On top of the regular duties here are the Whispers, Otto has piled countless other tasks, from transcribing someone stole us reporting to penning and needing missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I have ever since learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though.
Still.
The honor goes to Shirley. I like to think Jara would be proud of me, too, where he was with us today.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if now I'm going southern. And if words are your own too, so will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Yara, in our last session before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired. I'm just going more and more southern. Inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that of someone who remains with us, even though they're gone.
Off you go then.
Check that. It was Eastwatch and Rosaria. Eastwatch and Rosaria, and then other side of Caermorn from Fairview and Sanbreque.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Please take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, made Martell livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martells, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
For that, I am gonna go do this hunt. Okay, so wait, what? I can't do all the hunts? Ah, what's the point? Okay, well, we'll go turn that side first, please. It's so funny because it feels like the game keeps wanting to like expand out and let you explore, and then it keeps you on the track.
My favorite pupil. Allow me to educate you. Allow me to explain. Again. And how may I assist you today? One would think.
My role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge that of matters military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's ways toward the brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure that I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And of course, to pay attention during my lectures. It would not do to appoint the storied Ninetales as your tutor, only to disregard her expert advice.
My beloved homeland.
The crossroads of Valistea, where one only has to stroll the streets to hear news from every far-flung corner of the realm. Its mother crystal yields more shards than any other, and its lands even now remain untouched by the blight. It is a blessed
Or at least,
country,
it was.
Until Sanbreque elected to invade and establish a new holy capital upon twin sides hithertofore neutral shores. It pains me to see the land I loved so changed, and even more to know that I did not predict it. I knew that the Emperor Sylvester had designs on the Dominion, but to abandon Oriflamme and seize the seat of the Holy Empire since its inception seemed too audacious to move even for him.
I admit.
When I took up the professor's bonnet to begin teaching at the University of Canver, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the Outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life, and we both know how that ended. It has been a year already. Such is the perils of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go to great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to the rescue, my curiosity would likely proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved, but granted a new lease on life, as personal tutor
A far
to a band
more
of outlaws,
reputable
no less,
fellowship.
than anything in the academic world, I assure you.
Going so soon.
Anyone else think this is quite a bit like Tales game? Lazy, good to see, glad to have you. To an extent. I mean, a lot of it I just see is just honestly JRPG crossover more than anything. I mean, the stylish action is not really so different than certain things that Platinum done or that DMC or other games have done. I know that, like, obviously Tales of Arise are kind of in a similar vein in terms of the combat. And narratively, I don't know. I think this is a lot more Western European and a lot less shonen-y than I see the Tales games as, and traditional JRPG fare, but not even traditional JRPG. This is not quite what I mean, but I mean, I see parallels, but I wonder how much of that has more to do with the genre as a whole.
Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Okily dokily. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break, maybe even to like go put in a pie or something to eat, just because I have yet to eat today. And we're gonna have a quest up next, and then we're probably gonna be doing some hunts and stuff after that, or any quests that unlock.
Did you come through the?
Gee, what's my ability points at? Do I have enough to buy anything? 107. Oh, hot damn. Okay, so it's like 3,000. Okay, to like get the high-end ones so that you can master them to port them around is like, we're talking about like 3,000, probably like 9,000 or maybe 10,000 total. That's gonna definitely wait. But is there anything else to build up in the short term? Really? Guess I could. This is just adds more though, right? Increased number of lock-ons. That doesn't really help me because I don't even like necessarily using that. But buying this would be because I use this pretty regularly. Yeah. Increase hits and ability rates. Yeah. Okay.
Who's today? It smells like a still.
Those games also have hours of conversation about food or making tea. You know, I suspect that is in part. You see that happen in that's more of like a Japanese developer thing. Like you'll see like a lot of things like fishing games or a huge amount of effort put on food. Like you think about all the cooking mini games and stuff, and like prepare. I've come up with a new recipe from like 15 and all that. You see that? I don't know what it is exactly, but it is like if a Japanese developer gets into a hobby and has any kind of directorial ability to take that hobby and make it a part of the game, or like make a game around it, they seem to, which is interesting, but definitely a thing. Oh god, I just lied. Yeah. Was it a good impression? Okay. I will be right back. Grab that drink. Oh, whoops. In fact, I will turn on the be right back button.
I've got. Oh boy. Got my own Yelp. Put down. Oh. Okay. My pie is in the microwave, so that should be going up, and I'm gonna go check on that in a second. But I thought I would show you guys the good boy because he's a good boy and very, very cute. I still got a couple minutes before it's done, so I guess one thing I can do is play. The other thing I think I'll do is I'll just show off the boy. Ready? Okay. It is now in the oven part, so that will be cooking, and in the meantime, we can keep going. Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. That's a bummer. You said the thing. Yeah, lazy.
Your uncle always seemed a kindly soul, if a little eccentric.
That should be interesting then. Okay, let's go talk to Clive's uncle. Hawkcry Cliff. From the hearthland, heathered highlands, one might catch a glimpse of Rosalith's castle. Everything else in between. That should be probably written. He's a good boy. God, every time I hear that, it sounds like that, like bumble, 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 bumble. It sounds like it's about to go in order undeciphered.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
Right. It's been 5 years. Revenge?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
I was wondering when we were going to get some Jill time in development.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Oh my god. I really hope Jill's name did not come from the fact that in Japanese...
Come on.
Oh, okay. Jiru and Jiru.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
This is a part of the... Yeah, okay, interesting. Okay, coming from the south rather than... Can you... Here?
Make it look easy. Company.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing the gallows?
You're a long way from home, aren't you? Much obliged. You won't be disappointed. There you are. You won't be disappointed.
They're buying 2 elixirs.
Into the roads now.
I haven't really had need of them.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, the Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stone.
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men.
Toddle along now. Before one of the boys.
You seen him, didn't you? I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
Fine. Go back. Okay. The boy will not stop chasing me with my food. Wait, and when someone is tempered by Ifrit, do their eyes glow a certain color? Blue. So tempering causes people's, you'll see people's eyes glow blue, or the flames of Ifrit are blue when he tempers people. When Anima tempers people, you see blue flame in their eye. When Shilakshmi tries to temper people, it usually looks like blue flame. If you want to watch, there's the cutscene that'll show you this, Raven. You go to the Unending Journey.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. in the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosaria would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome.
Hopefully, Ray.
Can we find them before the Imperials do?
Question is she in the dominance?
Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
And these mountains look good. I know it's literally just rock, but like we're getting closer and closer to photorealism, like in real-time engines. Especially once like Nanite and like Unreal 5 becomes the staple for like AAA games.
Ever since the auditory, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
How do you think it's working? The mother crystals collapsed?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Keep it up.
Bandits? Oh, even better.
Mother's men.
Farewell.
That's where the crossroads, and that's why I can't see it, because there's the cliffside here. That's...
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are, and still, you would bear your steel. Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield. Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Brandon really cannot catch a break.
Find something, boy. Death.
Laura, glad to have you. Welcome to catching up.
Found her.
Jesus Christ.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
madness drives her, and I will end it.
Kiko, welcome back.
We should go.
Yes.
Looks like you were right, Ray. Okay, so she is in Rosaria. She is in the capital.
We can't
I'm
leave
sure
them
they
here
told
like
me that
this.
already. I just missed it.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
I don't have to open the shore, right? I have to waypoint either way, so. Solde. It was used in another Final Fantasy. Where?
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
How's the footage going, Kiko?
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Snow, you didn't hear nothing.
They tell us there's a curfew. They refuse
To sell my wares if they won't let us into the capital.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
So my left ear, like earphone, wasn't working for a bit there. Apparently, all I had to do was punch myself in the ear and solve it. But even Lara, for the 2 hours you've been watching, how you what do you think of the game? Were you skipping over like when we were doing combat or like non-story stuff?
Yeah.
Easy.
I'm really hoping that there are some like fun like
The Lazarus
and stuff.
What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better. We should start with the main gate and see where that gets us.
Oh yeah. Oh, you don't. You find you struggle with like. Or I mean, not really. It's so 14. Was it just reactionary?
We're not alone.
time he does the... It sounds like he's about to do the line from Raban, the Lord Tisona. Rumble, good to see you, glad to have you. The gauge fills so fast. Yeah, so one of the things I like is that it fills fast. One key thing to the benefit of that is that it's worth using 1 and 2 bars. You don't just have to save hoping to get in. Like it wants you to experiment. Like if you using 1 bar while you have an enemy staggered is like a good use of it. You know, rather than only just saving it for like a boss fight or something.
Have mercy.
Viceland's dogs they are. You can't ignore us forever.
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep.
Better out there than in here.
No,
Fuck off. Hang the chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all. I said, where were you, filth? Back to your sties. We'll cut you down where you stand. Destroy it.
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
And played many such games aside from Xenoblade, which is different, and that isn't timing based, like dodging and stuff. But because I just assume I'm bad at things. Oh,
I feel like be able to reason with the guards, or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
One of the things I think is really nice is the game does a really good job of like leading you in on all the mechanics.
The good news.
Or if you're new to this kind of thing, like I think
we
this game.
haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
I think it really was designed in mind for people who are new to this kind of game. Oh, interesting. Now I have access to everything. But there's these items called the Rings of Time, Rings of Time, different things. So like this one, when equipped, basically if you just keep pressing square, you'll automatically do your combos. Bring in timely invasions with this one equipped, you'll automatically evade attacks as long as the attack can be evaded. So even if you're not good at dodging, you can equip that and you'll be able to do that. Like you'll be able to deal with stuff easier. When equipped, time slows before an evaded enemy attack strikes Clive. So effectively, if you have this equipped, it's a slightly worse version of the other one, but it makes it so there's still more like, you're still doing something rather than it just evading for you. This one automatically feeds you potions if your HP is falling below a certain threshold, as long as you have potions. And this one will have Torgal fight for you. So like, they also provided a lot of ways to mod the difficulty without just like making it an easy, medium, hard, which I'm very thankful for. Yeah, so I honestly would say, like, if you have any interest in games like this may be one of the best ones that have ever been made to onboard you into like stylish action. It's not like a Devil May Cry 5, which honestly I think Devil May Cry is probably the best Devil May Cry to start with in some ways in terms of like teaching you. I mean, there's a lot, don't get me wrong, because there's 3 different characters, but the game actually does a good job of teaching you how to do it. Well then, please keep watching. Hey, I like having you here. I'm just very much a proponent of making sure that people don't feel like they can't do something.
This is nothing like I remember it.
When they could have had a fun
A
time.
crown can lose its luster.
Hey, if you want to watch this the whole way through and then try it yourself later, power to you.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Dude, Clive does actually have comedic timing, and I love it. This is very understated.
Or not.
Yeah, exactly right.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
No, it's...
The blessing of the Phoenix.
He's still alive!
It can't be. I was there when you died. Huh? Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
It is.
Sir Wade.
Sir Wade.
I wonder... I think Tyler died from the flames, if I remember right.
We can speak inside.
From Phoenixes.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye. The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her.
They need the branded as a resource.
Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord. But in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her
Still
son?
doesn't know Joshua still lives, so she's trying to...
So Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge. Then so do we. Make ready.
She's obsessed with having a child that has the power of the Phoenix. Wonder how she'll feel when she realizes...
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
For those who don't remember, Sir Wade and Tyler are the two we went to when we defeated the Moor Bull back in the swamp.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
How many Final Fantasy games have a time jump? How many mainline first in the series Final Fantasy games have a time jump? Because you've got 14 has one with 1.0 to 2.0. 15 has one at the end. Obviously 16 has one. 13 doesn't have a time jump. 12 doesn't. Well, no, 12 kind of has a time jump between the prologue and what happens later. I don't know how much time that actually is, but it's not really a time jump. It's more like, I think it's like not even a year. 11, I don't know. 10 does, depending. Well, it's not a time jump per se. 7 doesn't. The original. 6 kind of does. 5, I don't remember. 1 through 4 don't really.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
I mean, it is funny though that the past 3 mainline Final Fantasies, all 3 of them have had time jumps.
You're telling me that's the archons?
What is it you require?
Wait, that is the generation when dealing.
As you wish, my lord. Of course, my lord.
Ooh, Desert Rose. I don't have those. Oh, also Desert Rose. That's a reference to older Final Fantasy. Despite its rose-like appearance, the delicate sandstone formation found in the deserts of Dhalmekia is no rose, but instead an inexplicably peculiarity of nature. Reminder that humankind will never fully comprehend a world in which we live. Also said to bring.
Will that be all? It has been an honor.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed.
A battle
While
on the bridge, you say?
Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see. They prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan.
A battle on the big bridge, perhaps.
You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Oldale have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
When we get back to the hideout, I need to make sure to check on Tyler to see if he did pass. He's probably not.
Thank you, Sir
That may be a reference, Ray.
Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
Black or white? Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind with Hydaelyn. That makes sense. If I left.
We'll keep them from the bridge.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to still wind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Probably go there at some point. I know we're going to Delmeki, so like 1, 2, 3, 4. So the question is, where's 5? Because I know there were supposed to be 5 major areas you could go to. Iron Kingdoms was not going to be one of the major areas. So is it this? I assume not. This is far too small. But I mean, this is all blighted, so it can't be this. It can't be this. And it can't be the Northern Lands. There's nothing there. Because again, it's all blighted as well. Other than this patch here, though. Not. Or I guess in here, but that's again not much either. There's... Maybe the final map is something surprising.
Look at me sideways.
Go along now.
The bastards are lucky I did that.
There they are. On your command, my lord. What is it now? I told you! We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame. Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come!
Thank you.
Die along with your flame!
Thanks for making this easy for me.
For Eorzean!
For Eorzean!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear. Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
I want them to fight their battles for them.
More dragons!
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point, that this land is in dire need of cleansing.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
We finish him. Nice try.
We've read all those.
I don't see any more.
Let me fight more hard enemy.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again.
So we put an end to it.
I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it. As we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Eorzean standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
Quest complete.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning.
Oh, that's good.
Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Oh, bless me. I don't know if it's like, I wonder if this is a misperception on my part. I feel like the enemy variety is for Isolde, the Imperial Province of Rosaria. Can someone look up, is Isolde used in another Final Fantasy? I swear to God, I've heard that before. Frostfield Manor. Thank you, Raven.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
Oh! She's one of Gunhilder's blades, that's why. And her fate always makes me very sad. That's why I know that name. Yep, you got it right, Alara, yep.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
That was
bravo, Uncle.
Writing decision.
You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
Not wrong, Bramble.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster?
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more.
Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
By your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a
Scarlet,
good
good to
boy.
go and have you.
But now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Why then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
The lion is an outlaw for an in-law cut.
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she?
Something's on Jill's mind.
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustenus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Cool. Perfect justification for spending some time doing side stuff. Good, Raven.
Only the
Beautiful
founder
sin,
knows what
good job,
awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Wonder if this is like a new game plus something. Like, I'm curious what this final thing will be. Like a chapter select.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first ton of worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
That line changes.
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
You can always forward it to me or Ray Ray or V and ask Raven.
That monster's taken quite a liking.
For those of you watching currently, how many of you guys are playing through? Oh, now the apples are one of the memento. That's cute. Lad from the yard ran up a basket of Martellas just this morning. Sweet as honey crisp as the morning's breeze they were. Told myself I was only going to have one, but I reckon if no one else listens to old Otto, I don't have to either. You let Nigel and his lot know that they've done for a fine job. There's a time you catch none but sit supping on these, what for their foul bite. But for him, it never were about the flavour, but about what they represented. Our ability to make it our own. And look at us now, Sid. He'd be proud. Otto. My Lord Marquis, I ask once again for you to forgive my men for your welcome back at Lazarus, but certainly you can understand that you were the last person any of us were expecting to see at our gates. In the short time since our reunion, you would have shown yourself to be the selfsame man I followed into Stillwood those many years ago, true bearer of your father's legacy. Only Sir Tyler and the Lord Commander, and all the others who were lost that night, are still with us to see how bright your flame now burns. To you and your cause, I hereby pledge the swords of the Guardians, and am proud to stand alongside you once again. Wait. Hey, the Dalmex and the Imperials are off to standoff They snarl at each other, fangs bared like slummacurs, but neither wants to make the first move. It's almost as if they both realize what a stinking pile of chocobo shit they're stepping in. If I were a man to lay wager, I'd put my copper on this conflict, not playing out anytime soon. Should keep you appraised. Gav. Oh right, that isn't actually a shortcut. This should be a shortcut. This really should have like been a shortcut that connected to there. The only reason I can think that it's not that way is because of loading gates or something. Like, for instance, the fact that that door needs to be open to me is partially, I think, to make sure that things don't pop into things load in. Because you notice, like, even like the outside is selectively blocked from view.
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these guardians?
My copy should get you tomorrow. Might have to wait a couple days before I start seeing as I have more filming projects. Well, glad to have you joining us in the meantime. Kiko.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Come to claim your just desserts?
Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamored sort left this on the nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him. A busy courtesan.
You earned this. All done?
Okay. I'm curious what Berserker. Temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. I wish I knew exactly how much. It's like that wildly changes based on, because if it's like a 5% increase on attack proficiency, it's like eh. But if it's like a 30% or something crazy. Berserkers of the Southern Ash, known for their fearlessness on the field of battle, were known to wear these rings not only on their fingers, but pierced all over their bodies from head to toe. Scholars now believe that the unnatural courage they displayed was a result of extended exposure to the concentrated aether imbued in the jewelry that poisoned the blood of its non-bearer wearers and induced madness that ultimately became associated with battle friends. How are my points? I could sack 2000 in here and just put heat wave on remove. And then could I get the extra limit break? Because honestly, the judgment bolt's not that crazy good. Let me see how much. Oh, but it's 1,000 to swap it out. Okay. For the short term, I'll keep with that. Got some good footage of a couple dungeons before shutdown. Hoping to get class to spaces tomorrow. Nice, Kiko. And hey, props to you for doing that work to make sure that it's preserved for the future. You're doing us a good service. Looking good, Raven. Ifrit looks real good. Oh, actually, I want to check one thing real quick. Okay, Ray Ray took care of that. God, I'm so thankful for Ray Ray.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
That's not the voice I was expecting.
Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, for a while. Normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down.
and whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame? Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Eorzean had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the Orthodoxy holds the Mother Crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago, in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether, and with the Blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Justanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity. The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drostanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father
Yukio!
and my grandfather
So glad to have you.
both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
What is that, a map? Oh, okay, I see. That's the map of the northern central part of the continent. That's Sanbreque, basically. This is the whole continent on the right and Sanbreque on the right, on the left, with a little bit of the northern continent. I was hoping there might be a map of the southern continent somewhere.
Ah, my favorite pupil. What is it that you wish to learn? Of course.
Kingdom. I was hoping for something about the northern kingdom. Huh. Maybe the medicine girl's she comes back up later in somewhere.
Thus ends today's lesson.
I could have sworn we had a few.
I don't know that I would necessarily say refreshing, but I don't know that I wouldn't say refreshing. I find him refreshing in that he is simultaneously neither a hyper-energetic, overly optimistic character, nor is he like a completely stoic, devoid of that. He has a backstory with a lot of pain and tragedy, but he's contending with it and meaningfully moving forward from the get-go, and is not struggling to overcome it in the long term. He's continuing forward, and like he's a good guy trying to do what's right, but without being any sort of traditional archetype. I mean, honestly, the closest thing I might think of him is somewhat akin to like Aragorn from the Lord of the Rings novels.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to?
Although the films actually wouldn't be a bad.
What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like every clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for? Now piss off.
All right. We're going.
Yeah, I really like Clive. It's interesting too because a lot of the stuff in this is a lot more understated than some of like the
I always thought of
more
old
larger
Blackthorn
than
as a bit
life
of a force of
characters you
nature.
could come to expect in a lot
Like
of
a
JRPGs.
Storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
You know, it's weird. I feel like I saw something earlier today that said, like, a bunch of people being upset about, like, the frame rates. I have, like, noticed no bad frame rates, particularly.
He's Torgal. And he'd take a liking to you, too, if you gave him as many nuts as Nan does.
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already.
Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sanbreque, maybe? Cairnorvin, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
One of the things I really liked in an interview with Clive's voice actor, Yoshi asked him what he thought what was the thing that drive Clive the most, you know, and his answer was love. And I will say I really agree with that. A love for his country, love for his people, love for others. I think that's part of the reason that I think people are probably responding positively to Clive is that he very much exactly that, right? He has a lot of love in his heart, but it's also not like, you know, hyper expressive, but he's not instantly, he doesn't pretend like he doesn't have that love or anything. He just isn't super like outwardly hyper expressively about it. He doesn't have to in order to like be very earnest about it. Did I hear you say you were hoping to hunt down a griffin, Coupeau? Then do I have a billet for you, Coupeau? Especially a horrible one that locals call Dos Mare. Okay, so Clairview and Sanbreque. That one was the one from Clairvent. Rosaria, that one's the one by East, adjacent to Eastpool. It's probably where we found the old guy. And then Cairnorvent, Westgate, Sanbreque. While passing along the trail from Lost Wing to Cairnorvent, one of our orders was met with a sudden blast of wind so strong that it bent back the trunks of the old oaks. I heard a cry so terrible that he ran for his life. Questioning the locals revealed that this area was the nesting place of the elder griffin known as Dos Mare, a beast much hated for its appetite both for chocobos and for children. Eesh. Okay. Let's hit him up. Yeah, it definitely comes through. Yeah. And what I think is really impressive about the way they make it come through is that it is genuinely through a combination of the like facial and performance and vocal performance, and it's a lot of it comes through in like genuine subtleties that I do not think would have been communicated in prior eras of video games. Like obviously, I think you have games like in PS4 era or even like PS3 era, like things like The Last of Us, where like huge sums of money and huge amounts of effort being put in to have like that level of like facial capture and that level of, but like on average, like your average video game, you know. I think it's really impressive where like the amount of subtlety that's getting through in even in procedurally generated moments. Okay. So we've got Austria. Here, let's do local map. Clairview, we know there's one in here. They said somewhere between Lost Wing and. Why don't we just start from Lost Wing? Because they said something about Lost Wing and on the way to Cairnorvent, so.
Good day to you. Sid.
The
crystals we get from the tailor all but...
I'm gonna do a snap. You guys let me know. I'm curious because I feel like there's been more of a delay today, even though quality's been fine. I'm gonna do a snap. Let me know when you hear it. Okay.
Word is the Black Shields took a hiding.
About 5-ish, 6 a second. So it's still pretty standard. Oh, I love this music. A little bit of overkill.
No holding back. Maybe that does do quite a bit of damage. I should have this in like my work playlist.
Stay down.
So somewhere between Norvin and Clairview. Okay, so Norvin's over there. So it's got to be somewhere in. Hello. There's the first one I'm looking for. Harpy. Let's do this. Aruna. Rank C.
If that's what I think it is, this isn't gonna be easy.
Hey, how's it going?
Give me thunder!
Don't stop!
Damn, that's a lot of damage. Clouded Eye. To see a pattern on the surface of the spherical gem shift and twist, one would think a turning storm trapped within. There must surely be a trick.
Rest well. I know I will.
Okay. So... Am I able to look at... There's no way to look at the hunt board while I'm away, I'm assuming. How long are you planning on streaming for? Might make some popcorn. You're planning on going for another few hours. It's already 10:30. Probably will go for at least a little bit longer. My plan is at the very least do the next hunt. So I would say maybe anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours, which I know isn't really a great span. It's a huge clarification. So what is your theory? What is happening, Elio? Depends on what you mean for what is happening. Because both the point I'm at this story, it's like, well, so like look at the crystals themselves, right? So the crystals are called, the aether flood happened around the crystals, which means that the crystals are drawing on the ambient aether into them. But why are they pulling? And that there's both the aether flood and the blight. And it seems that just because the aether's like released out to the lands does not immediately cure the blight. What is Ultima? Ultima, is it a being from before the Fallen? Is it being created by the Fallen? Is it a being that is representative of the Fallen? The crystals themselves seem to exist potentially before the Fallen, according to some claims, which means that are the crystals themselves crafted by the Fallen, where there's some mechanism to draw upon the Aether for their use? What caused their whole systems to fall in the first place, and why does whatever the Ultimate, why does Ultima need a vessel in the first place? I have so many questions, but I can try to come up with hypotheses, but anyone would guess, really.
There's no coin to be had in this miserable land, even if they wanted to trade with us.
I mean, the fundamental question at the heart right now is, who or what created the Mother Crystal? What is and why is the mural? Who or what are the icons? Were they crafted by the Fallen, or do they predate them? What is that mural representing? What is Ultima's plan? Basically, everything surrounding that. Those aspects. So the geopolitical struggle on its face is not that mysterious. No real questions about that. But the underlying movements of what's pushing these things to be happening, or not even necessarily pushing to be happening, but happening to be the cause of it.
Farewell.
I'm not sure. I mean, is Ultima one of the few remaining Fallen? Is it a thing made by the Fallen? Why was Joshua able to understand its language completely normally, whereas we don't understand it at moments? Why is it even in our head to begin with? What is its relationship with the icon of fire? So, like, specifically Ifrits. Why is Ifrit any different? And why are there no duplicates for the other icons. I'm left with many, many questions, but not a lot of answers. But when we killed Drake's head, right? You know, the destruction of the collapse of Drake's eye didn't necessarily save the northern ones, right? So even if the nether crystals are what are causing the issue, where is the Aether going to turn on, man? Where did it take time for that Aether? And what is with that giant goddamn hole over in the Crystal Dominion? This one. Looks like it was left behind by either, like, one, there's blight kind of seeping out of it, but two, like, the kind of thing that maybe it's a natural formation, but it also kind of reminds me of something, either a super weapon or cause, rather than just naturally forming. Oh, right, there was one that was above East, oh no, because that wasn't East Watch, that was, East Pool. Oh, fuck, what was it? Problem is that I don't want to, like, go back to check the hunt board. Does anyone want to look up online real quick for me what the, like, quote for where the eagle is, the griffin is? Without telling me just straight where it is, because I don't want to find it. Oh, hello, I haven't been down here before. Westgate? Yeah, if you would be willing to, Laura, I appreciate it. But yeah, okay, so you said west, so the west gate of Caer Norvryn? So it should be this one. So it should be somewhere over here in the Norvryn Valley. I'm also kind of sad that it's not Norvrant. Like, just make it, it's just a straight nod to 14. Also, why did it bother using Typhon? Why not just use itself? Is Typhon a failed experiment? A failed... Oh, this is going to be relevant later for some kind of fight. I'm assuming a hunt or something. And why did Typhon need to... What was it? Typhon not sacrilegious. What was the freaking term that it used to refer to it? Why did multiple of it need to fuse to itself? Westgate. Okay. The River Gate. Sadly, it does not look like I can just... Bummer. Oh well, I'll just go down this path. Joshua, how did Joshua survive? Presumably because he's because he's the Phoenix. That
Good day to
power
you.
to heal and be reborn is probably tied to that in some way.
The crystals we get from the tailor.
Then how did he become aware of the broader problem? Why not immediately present himself back? Who found him and who taught him this? I mean, obviously he had nowhere to go, but he didn't even bother going back to his mother. I mean, if he knew she betrayed him, then it wouldn't be that surprising. How did he learn Ultima's plan? mean, he would have had access to the apothecary, right? As the Phoenix. There's some amount that he could have begun to learn Fallen secrets. Plus an intervening 13 years to do so. Gotta keep pressing that when I'm wanting to dash, because I'm used to pressing it once to go to green and once to go to red. You get so many goddamn sharp fangs and stuff. It's bewildering to me because it's like, you don't... I haven't had to... Like, the best in slot weapon has always been given to me thus far. I mean, I guess other than Ride would be given. Maybe when we complete this quest, Blackthorn will have more stuff. And Crystal's Curse terrifying. Do you mean the fate of bearers, Yukio? I mean, that's understandable. It's understandable to be terrified of that.
Farewell. Stay down.
That up in the woods up there. Yeah, but please don't talk that. Please don't talk about other people or what they're playing.
You lose.
Oh, Chrono Tap. Chrono Lift. Yeah, that's right. If you don't know where I am in the story compared to someone else and you're watching someone else play as well, please don't reference it. If you know, like, I've gone past that point, I do every single side quest. So if it's a side quest from before this point, then yes, I have done it. But I really, really don't want to be spoiled on anything, please.
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
We're definitely in the right area, then. They do a 16 and 14 collab, which they will for sure. Wonder how they're going to go bring 14 and 16. They could probably do what they did for like Monster Hunter and stuff. Just bring an enemy from 14 in that you can fight. I mean, if we don't fight a behemoth at some point in this, you could definitely do that.
The work will have to wait.
Vogel, look sharp.
Gotcha. I'm excited on how they'll bring 16 and 14. Totally. I would imagine it'd be something probably kind of akin to what happened in 15. I just imagine like Clive ends up in our world for some reason, might even bring Jill with him or something. We do maybe even fight like do an iconic fight against like an Ifrit or something. That'd be really cool. Or even take like I think there's a bunch of ways to do it. I definitely know that glam. I definitely want like Jill's outfit and Clive's outfit and Sid's outfit in 14. That'd be amazing. Scarletite. One of the hardest metals known to man, Scarletite is highly sought after by those with the means to pay its exorbitant asking price. A price determined not by its rarity, but rather due to the fact that a forge must employ no fewer than 5 healthy bearers to produce a flames hot enough to melt the ore, at which time it takes upon the deep scarlet hue for which its name is. It takes its name. But yeah, I mean, you think about the battle system in 16. I definitely think you could just bring 14 monster into here.
There's something there, boy.
Just maybe a Goobu.
Could that be our man?
Actually, what monster from 14 would you want to put into 16? That's my question to you guys. I don't... Is that a character I've met yet, Yukio? Because if not, I'm gonna need you to be way more careful.
Are you alright?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Oh, Dion, the Bahamut's icon guy.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be.
Dominant.
He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you.
Raven, what enemy from 14 would you want to be an enemy fight 16? And we haven't seen already. Obviously, the Adamantoys in 16 are the exact same as the ones in 14. Sample simple high dress the artisan commit the exact standards nearly traces of Baron areas. Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea, Yukio. I mean, that'd be kind of weird just because primal. I mean, I guess it's no weirder than something being in there at all. I mean, they put a Mikote in fucking 15. Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good call, Yukio. I think that's a really good call because, I mean, with Ifrit being such an important thing. And just making him a notorious mark. And then the last one was over by Eastpool. The last mark we needed was Eastpool, Rosaria. Arthur's Rest, we've got that quest there, and then through. He was out on the cliffside by Eastpool, which means he probably where at the Old. All good. It's just a generally open-ended question.
Damn bandits. You'll regret coming here.
Give me thunder!
Enough.
Fenrir, Raven. Oddly specific, but yeah, that works. That definitely works. Gotta bring Phoenix into the loot reference a certain grandfather from 14. I feel like that there'll be a lot bigger problems with bringing in Phoenix because, like, if you bring Phoenix from 14, that's like Louis Swa is gone and is supposed to stay gone, and like no one knows to summon the Phoenix. Like that's part of like the point of coils. Whereas like Ifrit makes well enough sense. Fenris. Did I say Fenrir? It's either Fenris or Fenrir. Good one, Ray. And I would definitely say like, I would definitely go with Ifrit from this. I think before Phoenix makes more sense. Oh, because there's the quest to Martha's Rest. So if I'm right, he'll be up on that hill, which means go down and around. Is that really? Yeah, okay. What about you, Ray? What would you pick if you were gonna add anyone? I'd be purely dumbfounded if Yoko Taro just collab with 16. You'd have to have a game going out that made sense, right? Other than like near the mobile one. I mean, like, mobile tie-ins are always weird. I'm sure there you will see 16 mobile tie-ins, but like, it'll be interesting if they do a cross-promotion with 14. I think they probably will, because I think the system for this game actually makes a lot of sense for just adding some creatures from 14 as marks. And I think this game having more enemies to fight actually, like, my one criticism of this game thus far is I want more kinds of enemies and more kinds of tough enemies to fight. I have not felt like there's been enough. Now, you know, I'm not even close to done with the game. I'm still relatively early on, I think. It just feels so good. I want more enemies to fight. Like this guy.
Belphegor, rank B.
The Wild One. Eorzean.
That Jonathan reminds Jonathan? Do you mean Joshua? A lot of Elidibus Themis? The younger brother? I definitely see that, if that's what you mean.
Hope there aren't any more of them.
Oh, interesting. There's still a place blocked off there. Yes, Joshua. Yeah, I totally see it. Like just both visually and like, yeah, I like the self-sacrificing nature. The like, 100%. There's gotta be behemoths in this game at some point, right? Don't ask why I got.
Thank you for sticking with us.
I'm pretty sure I said Jonathan at one point in like the first stream too. So you're in good company.
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Wanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up. Hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. When there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, if memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
I mean, honestly, any game that has creatures in it would be a good crossover with 16. Because frankly, adding more creatures into 16 is gonna be always a good thing. Because like the fighting system's so good in this.
Stay sharp.
I just want more things to fight.
Don't you go causing any trouble now.
I mean, hell, I'm not a huge fan of crossovers, right? I would so gladly take like, just put anything more. I don't care what it is. Just put more good fighting enemies in this game. Trying to think what the wildest thing crossover that like I don't know. Put Elder Scrolls 6 enemies in this game. Crossover with Mario Super Star. Put Bowser in this game. Let me fight Bowser. Let me fight Final Fantasy 16 version of Bowser.
Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against. Better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad.
Don't really think I have anything else to finish all the. I also kind of wish there were more. Like a lot more hunts, a lot more things to do on the side, which is ironic. And usually it's not. I usually just want to carry on the main quest. It's funny, the first time, of course, that I'm actually interested. I almost wish there was as many things to do on the side that like 12 had. But I feel like they like tried to really make sure that this game was highly polished, its scope was refined. It was like a very complete package rather than just trying to go big, you know, and do something like 15, which ends up being kind of like more like it like has all this stuff, but it's also kind of a mess, you know.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
Tales of certain species of scorpions are prized delicacy. trace amounts of poison remaining in their flesh, leaving them a certain frequency. The common marsh scorpion, however, not only lacks a stinger, but subsists on a diet of mudworms and bog moss, lending its flesh an altogether more troubling tang.
I did indeed.
Marvellous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long. I present
appetizing
Chance's stew, risen once again from the ashes of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss. Odin's teeth. What the salt on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavors, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's stew sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
I realize that I'm like a long way from being done with this game, so like what I'm about to say is going to be silly, but I kind of already won a Final Fantasy 16 too. Just because, like, I like this world and I want them to do more with it, and like I want the gameplay as well. But I guess, you know, as long as 17 takes its gameplay and like runs with it in a different direction, but like, so it's like this kind of like flow, I'm happy. I should probably get the... Not
could have sworn we had a few.
Renown. Just over here from the... Ooh, I wonder if it'll unlock some recipes.
That monster's
Come up with a new recipe.
And with a bit
Clive
of
is
luck...
just dumbfounded, yeah.
How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
I wonder if Studio Team Business Creative Business Unit 3 will make the next Final Fantasy 2 as well.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive, you didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see, and his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor, and again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. Nah, it wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted, I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
Hooray for inspired artisans. Indeed, Ray. Indeed. Drake Slayer's belt recipe unlocked. He's come up with a new recipe. Obtain design draft for the Drake Slayer's belt. Design drafts unlock new crafting options. Black Hammer.
Back, are ya? What do you want?
I want you to want me together. Sing, it's mine. Electrum. Okay, I need that from a hunt. And then Drake Slayer bracelets. Need gelatinous mass. I'm gonna get that from a flan, I bet.
Anything else?
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady.
How did we never hear about these guardians?
I was hoping that might unlock new ones.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Hey, good to see, glad to have you. I forgot I still had the tab open. Surely no plot beats have happened in the past 4 hours. Not a one. I mean, honestly, it's been low-key at least the past hour. And we'll probably actually, you know what? I think we'll probably wrap up soon because I'm thinking I won't go into the Iron Islands until next stream. And also, you know, it's almost midnight here, so it's I think that is a good time.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
A rose is a rose orchestration and an empty shard. It used to be I would step into a tavern only find myself overwhelmed with the quest to sing of Dion the Bold or Curl and the Stairs or the Curl and the Serving Girl. I want to find out what the song The Curl and the Serving Girl is. I want to know what the lyrics are. But now all anyone wants to hear of is Sid the Outlaw. You've made me a very rich man, my friends. Now it's making me think of the Bear and the Maiden.
You earned this.
Direwolf Jazz.
Come again. I may have more for you.
I assume these are just unlocked by like progress through the MSQ. Unfortunate. Maybe streaming again. I already can't wait to see more of it. Yeah, we'll probably just stream tomorrow. I mean, I usually have Sunday off, but since it's just playing, we'll probably just go stream tomorrow. And then we'll be streaming on Monday and Tuesday in place of our usual streams. Because I'm gonna be doing 16 until I'm done. Unless I feel sick again. We'll make sure to do an announcement if I do for tomorrow. I'm thinking though we'll probably just start back up again around 2 or 3 p.m. EST tomorrow.
It will be over soon. One way or another.
The boiling Rosarian Crusade. A surprise attack launched by the Iron Kingdom on the Duchy of Rosaria in the year 860. Rosaria was critically weakened at the time, having lost Archduke Elwin Rossfield and being plunged into chaos in the aftermath of the attack on Phoenix Gate. The Iron Blood unleashed a wave of murderous destruction on the Rosarians and returned home with human spoils in the form of countless young women and children, Jill Warwick among them. Drake's Breath. One of Valthea's 5 remaining mother crystals located on the volcanic isle known as Iron Blood. As Brain Leodath in the seas between Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom. Though its occupation can historically be traced to the Duchy, control of the crystal was recently wrested from Rosaria's grasp by the Crusade, following a series of bitter conflict. Oh, I forget. I know I looked at it, I figured it out earlier. How do you do camera mode? It's something weird. It's like you go into systems or something. Photo mode. Here we go. Oh, wow. Okay, you know what? Mise BBC goes right in terms of how little options there are for it. Yeah, it is surprising to me how few options there are for photo modes, seeing as, like, the game's real pretty, and you'd think, like... Okay, so wait. Okay, so... Oh, guys! As you level up, Torgal, one of the levels for his pedigree is Snowcloak. Pedigree affects Torgal's attack bonus and increases Torgal, but how does pedigree change? Does it just change because I'm just using him? That's what I can't figure out. Does it just increase over time? Oh, okay. Increases Torgal company and increases as Torgal accompanies Clive in battle. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess let's just use Torgal. Talk to Karen. Okay, anyone have any sort of like final questions, final thoughts, final things they want to bring up before we close it out for today?
Is it business or pleasure? Going purse weighing you down?
I appreciate all you guys who hung and were hanging out today.
You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind.
Clive hot. Clive hot, Jade. I may be a Kinsey 0, but we can all agree. Clive hot. Clive hot. I also love that Jade, a solid, like, at this point, maybe 30 to 40% of your comments when we've been going through this have been about the ways in which you like Clive. Shall we say? Should I draw Clive as a cat? I mean, you're welcome to, Raven.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
I'm having a lot of fun with 16, I'm gonna say that for sure. And I'm very excited to like continue on the game. Because I mean, the thing that's crazy is, you know, we've been playing all this time and we only, you know, halfway through today's stream got access to the third slot for our icon. And we still only have 1, 2, 3, 4 of 9. So we still have 5 more to go. We still have Shiva, Bahamut, Odin, whatever the water one is, presumably Leviathan, and Titan, you know. Crazy. I would assume next would probably be Titan. I mean, it would be Shiva or Titan. It would be Shiva if we, like, take Jill's, but I assume we're not going to. Unless, like, her no longer having to be Shiva would be, you know, kind of one of the things she wants. Because it wouldn't necessarily kill her to take it. And it would be at least, you know, once she's put her past to bed, it would make sense for us to be able to, you know, us to take that on. So I would imagine Shiva or Titan are one of the next ones. And then all the rest, I have no idea how they're going to go. But anyways, we're called there for tonight. Friendly reminder, if you, usually this is where I would say what we'd be doing the whole week, but you know, Monday and Tuesday usually MSQ streams for 14. However, obviously we're going to be doing 16. So look for that. Tomorrow we'll probably be starting stream about 3 p.m. EST, roughly. There's abouts. And then we'll be continuing that. If you want to support us, you can support us over on patreon.com, where you can give us a couple dollars and get your name in the banner above my head, as well as the color change that for the Discords. Beyond that, you can also give us $1 here over on YouTube and get access to fun emotes, as well as have your name turn a lovely shade of green. Oh yeah, if you want to join us for doing things in 14 or for other video games as well, we have a Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archives, which you're more than welcome to join. Thank you guys for having a chill stream, having fun with it, especially I know like a lot of you guys are either excited to play 16 or there's plenty of other people to be engaging with, so glad to have spent that time with you. Are you making airplane noises? Yeah. But I'll see you guys real soon, preferably tomorrow, unless I need to take it off for some reason. But with all that, I've been Elder Sharon. I will see you guys real soon. You're good with the combos? Most people just spam? Really? Well, I feel proud of myself. Thank you, Bramble. You gotta love the combos. Cheers, everybody.